Right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this special episode of Blob Watch Election Special. And today is quite an important election. We got the mayoral elections around the country, including that of London, which no doubt has been a interesting one given the characters and people who are standing there. We've also got the devolved elections in Wales and Scotland, and of course the by-elections in Hartlepool and the various council elections around the country. We have quite a unique and special list of guests tonight, reoccurring and some new guests. So we'll just go around the panel really quickly. So first we have Mitch. Say hello, Mitch.
All right.
Okay, and we have one of our first-time appearance and special guests, Secretary of the CAD, also known as Callum from the Lotus Eaters.
Hello there. Nice to be here. Thank you for having me on.
That's great. Thanks for coming on. And we have, of course, recurring guest, Harrian Gadiv.
Hello, what up, my drillers, etc.
Drillers. Still trying to get that over.
Oh, we're ruining already, guys. We've got British Knight. Say hello, sir.
Yeah, right.
Hello, and we've got Tailed Features from Scotland. How are you doing, sir?
First, I'm good.
Good, and we got our individual from Scotland. We've also got Joz from
Space.
Midlands.
Hello.
And Owain as our Welsh expert here, our residential Welsh expert. How are you, sir?
Shemai Pronounder.
I don't speak foreign.
See, the thing was, no one questions tailed as soon as
Well,
it's
I
me.
did go, but you know.
This is racism.
That's just
Hey.
because I'm cool and you're not.
Well, I did go at both Celtic languages, so.
Piss off, Mitch.
Your mum.
Oh, God. Right.
Good
And, last but not least, we have our mature guest, Rubber.
Evening all. See,
Our
guys,
resident
you've got,
boomer.
right, yeah. All of us have got a zippy greeting, Jaws. You got to get one, not just hello. Come on, you gotta have a catchphrase.
Get dunked on by the
Catchphrase.
boomer.
I don't think I do have a catchphrase.
You
Can
could've
guys think of a
gone Obi-Wan.
catchphrase that I have?
You could have gone, hello there.
Hello there.
Yeah,
That is your intro. I always thought that was your thing.
Well, you're a pirate. You're meant to be a pirate, so you could have said,
Ahoy.
Ahoy or something. Yeah.
Ahoy there, me matey.
Anyway,
Waste
This is
opportunity.
election stream.
Election stream, right? Yes. So, as I said, we got shit ton of elections on tonight, and we're going to be covering it as best of we can. A lot of the counts are not going to be done tonight. It'll be done over Friday and Saturday. So I'm not doing a 72-hour stream. I can't do that. I'm going insane. But
Pussy.
we're going.
Pathetic.
Weak.
I want you, Tailed. I want you to do a 72-hour stream covering the SNP's unquestionable victory, which is going to come. I want to see how you fare at the end of it.
Well, it'll be
72
just
hours.
72 hours of me going,
I mean, there's a question. How Scottish nationalist do you feel this evening?
How Scottish nationalist am I feeling? Do you mean actual nationalist or do you mean SNP?
Well, how are you feeling about the nationalist movement, let's say?
How you feeling?
Fuck
How
off.
are you feeling? Oh my god.
I don't
Those strong
think
takes.
the SNP are going to lose very much ground, if any at all. There you go.
Wow.
That's my prediction.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for you.
Yeah, honestly, see if they gain after this, I might actually kill myself, or at least move.
Just imagine being Scottish.
We're reaching peak Scottish wank.
Imagine being a Celt.
I
Shut
will.
up.
Don't want
Well,
to lose my dara.
it's interesting, Tail, you should say that, because I'm going to produce some possible white pills to come your way. Of why that might not be the case, but we'll get into that with Scotland and Wales. There isn't much white pills in Scotland now, I will be honest, but
No, just heroin.
Just blue
Yeah.
pills.
blue pills, yes, very
Would
rare.
those be weight pills?
White pills.
Wait,
Is there an exit poll coming out of Hartlepool tonight, by the way?
Yeah, the Hartlepool, we are expecting. So Hartlepool is the big one that we're going to probably have at any point, probably between now and midnight. It currently, I would, from my understanding from local activists on the ground, it looks like that the Conservatives think that they've won it.
Hey.
So that's how it's looking at the moment. Not too sure myself because it's hard to tell. But I would say that they don't usually when they haven't won something, they don't usually not this sort of happy about it on the WhatsApp. So we got that going. So yeah, we'll when the results come in, we'll talk about this.
So what? I think a good thing would be just to say what is being counted tonight. So Hartlepool is being counted tonight.
Yeah. So if I just share, I'll just bring up the I'll just share the screen. So this is what we believe is going to be coming our way tonight. So we got Hartlepool, we got the Doncaster mayoral election and 19 councils. So that's Colchester, Derby, Dudley, Gateshead, Harlow, Knowsley, Newcastle, Northumberland, Nuneaton and Bedworth, Oldham, Redditch, Rochdale, Rochford, Southend, South Teesside, Stevenage, Stockport, Sunderland, and Thurrock. So it's all across the country, north and south. It'd be interesting to see how the votes go, especially in the so-called red wall areas.
You mean the former red wall?
The former red wall, the blue wall areas in the north. I mean, from my understanding, I think the Conservatives and the Reclaim Party will do quite well in the north. I think in the south though, especially the southeast, I don't think the Conservatives or the Reclaim Party will do. I don't think the Conservatives, will do quite well. I think the Reclaim Party might pick up seats from them. I think the Labour Party might do quite well.
I can't see Reform picking up seats. I can't see Reclaim picking up seats either.
I'm going to say Reform. And yes,
yeah. I don't see Reform picking up any seats, to be honest. Because there's not been much of a. I think they've had a good ground campaign, but they haven't had much of the actual advertising campaign. Otherwise,
I think in Thurrock and places around Clacton and Lincolnshire, I think they could pick up like odd one or two here, but I think the Conservatives are going to lose seats in the south. From my general analysis of what's been happening throughout today, I think that is. I think the Conservative vote will be stronger in the north than it is in the south and the southeast.
I wouldn't be so sure when it comes to council elections and things like that.
Do we want to take a bit of a step back and kind of set the scene and give a bit of background for any Americans or other?
Do we have to?
Yeah, I mean,
well, I mean, you're going to be here all night, so you may as well.
Yeah,
shit about the Americans.
Yeah, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, so any Americans who are watching, this is. I guess it's like your midterms.
Oh no, that sounds very Ben Harris,
Yeah.
Tom Harwood. Yeah, I'm not having that.
This is like your midterms.
Okay.
It's nothing like that.
Guys. Okay, now it's like So what you've got is you have councils, which are basically the county. I will say midterm because it's basically when it comes to devolved parliaments, that's basically it, sort of thing that goes on. So what you've got is it's basically local elections on a county level and also on a national level. So you, like with Wales, as we said, Wales and Scotland. You also have various mayoral elections around the certain cities around the UK, and it's all happening tonight on Thursday. The polling stations are closed at the moment, so all voting has stopped, and we'll be expecting results to come through tonight, but also well into Saturday in some areas as well. Apparently, a lot of it's down to do with COVID, why the counting can't be as quick as it usually is, because usually the results are come in all over the country overnight into the early hours of the morning. But apparently, due to COVID, there's going to be extra time granted for counting.
I don't quite understand how hard it is just to sit two people at the counters an extra meter apart.
You know, it takes a long time to build a fort, if you know what I mean.
Okay. My channel has already been suspended on that topic. Let's not go down that rabbit hole.
I suppose it's just a person per meter squared calculation, right? In your whatever hall you're counting in. I don't know if it's anything like the general ones where they have a huge sort of theatre or town hall or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them are done in town halls and those sort of places. And when you see the counters at like previous elections, they usually are kept meters apart because they need a large working space to operate when it comes to all the ballots that come in. They have to stack them and put them in the pile. And then, and the thing there is one thing that Americans might be strange for some Americans. The party tellers, so these are party activists that you see wearing like the party colours, they can walk around the counting hall. So you're not going to have a situation where certain parties are expelled from the counting halls or prevented from entering, because that just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen here. And so when you're down on the ground and you see the votes being tallied up in certain piles, you can, at a certain point, you can actually see who has got the lead with the sort of amount of pile of ballots that come through. So that when I say, certain activists on the ground in Hartlepool think they've won it, they're usually going off from what they see on the postal and the ballots that have been piled up. And when one pile is larger than the other, that's how they determine which parties won it. And so that's how we'll sort of know what sort of indication. But we'll wait for the final result to come through so we have the final detail of that. But yeah, that's how it works. And the same with the other councils and everything. That's and in Wales. Now, in Wales and Scotland, it's also important to mention that you have several.
There's two votes.
Two votes.
Yeah, so you have a constituency vote, and you have a list vote. So list vote, like it works in the EU, where it's a percentage, and if it's it's like maybe 10%, you get as like 5% of the vote, or 10% you get the first person in the list, and so on and so on. And there's also a traditional first past the post constituency vote, which is based on the Westminster constituencies. So that's also like kind of makes up the numbers in the Senate or in the Scottish Parliament. Yeah. So that's how it votes there. There's also the Police and Crime Commission votes, but no one wants those. No one cares about those.
So, as I said, let's.
I think a good thing to do would be go around the regions. So you go Scotland. I think Scotland would be a good place to start. Kind of what the opinions are there.
I was just going to start with Scotland. So I've seen.
Eject. I'll just say that before anyone else.
Yes.
Well, I've just got a final forecast here from ICYMI. They're predicting a one seat loss for SNP.
Scotland is just pathetic.
Four seats lost for the Tories. Net zero for Labour. 5 seat gains for the Greens.
That is depressing.
Not the gardening wing of the SNP game.
I've got a Savanta poll where the SNP are -3 on the constituency and -2 on the list.
That's quite wild, actually. That's quite a wild poll.
Yeah.
Yes, the Libertarian Party is going to win nothing.
I was going to say, where's Tankulars?
Yeah, like there was no way he was getting anywhere near anything there.
Let's be honest. None of the non-major parties are going to gain.
No. So what's it like on the ground then in Scotland then, Tailed?
Oh, wet, muddy, usual.
Unbelievable.
Well, let's just say I was at a meeting today with someone completely unrelated to politics or anything like that. It was to do with work, and she had a sort of notepad, and on the cover of it was emblazoned "Real men are feminists." So that's just to give you the sort of idea of the people that I'm kind of dealing with on a daily basis. So how are things on the ground? Shite. That's how they are on the ground.
Oh, balls. Because like the thing is, didn't she promised the other day that there's not going to be a wildcat referendum, whatever that means.
Well,
I
yeah.
think it refers to Catalonia style. I know it's illegal, but we'll do it anyway.
Well, yeah.
That's
The only
what-
way they can actually have a referendum is if they have an illegal one, because Westminster have said repeatedly that they're not allowed another one. So they could have a sort of unofficial one, but that would still be kind of into murky waters there.
Can we
But
give us an
hopefully
excuse to
if they
invade
do-
Scotland?
Sorry.
Give us an excuse to invade Scotland if they start doing illegal shit.
Well, we've got the nukes, so be careful.
Yeah, but
So
we've got
France-
the button.
So of France.
Yeah, but we control it via the button, so
That is true.
But, do you think the button is just like in Downing Street or what?
Yeah,
Or
probably.
Sandhurst?
Pretty sure the Queen definitely has it in her handbag, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, basically, yeah. Anything other than a complete, destruction of the SNP would, if it's anything else other than that, I'm going to be unhappy. So I'm going to be unhappy, basically, when it comes to it. I hope I abolish the Scottish Parliament. I hope they get like 120 seats or something like that, and they got our first motion is to dissolve the Parliament forever, and then that's it. It's like 1707 all over again.
that would
That'd
be
be
one of
great.
my first acts if I became Prime Minister. Right, no devolved parliaments.
Can't just get rid of it though. Sadly, the way it is. So I'd like to get rid
Oh,
of
I
it,
would.
but you just can't at the moment.
Oh, I would get rid of it. I don't care what they say. That's one of the non-compromising things that I would introduce. No compromise, out.
Because I believe there's a
Join a new
poll as well
party.
out yesterday about English devolved parliaments. So, in England, it's not a question of one devolved parliament; it's a question of separating up England.
I'd
into
rather
three
it be
or four.
one if it was going to happen. But at this point, no devolution.
But they're
please.
angling
Just
it for maybe a Mercian or like a Mercian one, north.
no,
north
it's
of
even
England
more
one.
than that. It's like Greater Manchester, Greater London, Teesside.
Yeah, it'll all be done around like Victorian lines, I guess. Rather than
Let's not forget the Rat Boys, Northern Independence Party.
Northern Communist Party. That's
Yeah,
exactly what we want.
they are literally the worst.
What happened to Yorkshire
Literally
independence?
Put all those people on the Chinook. That's what we need to do.
Are they still about?
Yeah,
Yorkshire
about
independence.
I'm advocating
party
for
in the country.
I'm advocating for Coventry independence just because it's right in the middle and it'd be hilarious.
What, like San Marino?
Yeah.
Right. So I've just Callum has just put some interesting screenshots that we've got. I'll just bring these up. Hold on a sec. Hang on. No, that's the wrong one. Oh, bloody hell.
Don't show us the DMs, man. Privacy.
Oh God. This is when you have too many tabs. This is. Here we go.
Pathetic.
There we go. Okay, so this has been trending in the UK all day. Same thing happened in the 2019 election. So according to Twitter, Labour on for a historic landslide. Every council everywhere in the country is going to have an amazing Labour victory.
I was just thinking, you know how we have broadcasting rules in this country about every party's got to have equal airtime in an election? And does this on Twitter, does that kind of violate some kind of UK broadcast rules?
I think
no.
They're a private company, they can do what they want.
Yeah. I think it's only publication.
ITV's a private company.
Well, it's stuff to do with publications. I mean, that's the trouble with the reason why we couldn't start the stream until 10 was because of the Purdah rules, which we would be held accountable to, and what I'd be held accountable to. But of course, people on Twitter with all this aren't.
I'd say I'd agree with Rubber given if they because it's so obvious that Twitter themselves kind of doctors which things trend and which things don't, right? If it was literally just an aggregate of what people were talking about, then fine, leave it alone.
I think
But
for the
the
most
fact is
part,
that-
they curate it, don't they?
Yeah,
But
but-
sometimes things escape through the.
They
cracks.
obviously push certain things up to the top, and they want
Yeah, and
they
they're
want to show
suppressing.
this.
Because you think of it, if you're at Conservative Party headquarters, you go, okay, right, Labour are obviously just having burner accounts and whatever, putting out, don't vote Tory hashtag. And you would think that the Conservative Party, okay, we're going to do a counter, so vote Tory, don't vote Labour. And it would have to be Twitter actively suspending or suppressing anything that was saying don't vote Labour, because in terms of just financial muscle power, the Conservatives have got more over Labour in that regard. They want to dominate social media. They've got more resources than Labour to do it. So it's got to be Twitter's actively suppressing.
Just look at the amount of tweets. I mean, that was at the time that it was taken. It's not a lot. The most is 15k.
I mean, both
That should
votes
tell you.
both votes Labour. That's 3,000. I mean.
What does that even mean? Both votes Labour.
Well, I imagine that you're looking at
because in London, I believe you can vote twice for a double kind of vote on a party.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's a mayor election. Same in Wales and Scotland. Yeah, you have your first preference and your second preference. So that's what they mean
Oh,
by.
we've got two ballot papers here. That's why.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
In my area, we had a local councillor ballot paper, and we had a police commissioner ballot paper.
Yeah. So that's what we got. So yeah, we'll talk. So we'll So yeah, that was Scotland. It's looking pretty big. However, I'm going to say something which is going to probably not go down well long term. But I'm going to go out there and say I don't think the SNP are going to win a majority.
Ooh.
I think you're very, very optimistic.
And the reason I'm going to say that is, and this is one of the things that I've noticed with the polling that's been done in Scotland, they're using the same methodology from polling that was done on the original results in 2016. So you're looking just before the EU referendum, and there's not enough regional variance in Scotland for me to determine how accurate the result's going to be. One of the things I've noticed with the Northeast is it seems to be a little bit too yellow for what I think could otherwise be a few more interesting seats in play. I'm a little skeptical with some of the polling that's coming out at the moment. I don't know. I think the regional list is probably quite accurate. I think the Greens will do quite well, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're even worse, to be honest. But yeah, hopefully the Alba party will manage to take at least some SNP votes away, and also the fact that there are so many SNP supporters who are unhappy not only with the hate crime bill, but also just a specific part, which basically means that you can go to jail for saying that a woman has to have certain biological features to be a woman, and so every post that Hamza Yusuf posts on Twitter, it's just full of people saying, "Oh, you don't like women" and all this kind of stuff. So I'm just hoping that they get hoisted by their own petard, but I think it will end up. They might lose a couple of seats, but I imagine it'll be quite the same as the status quo. And the other thing is, I bet the Scottish turnout for the election is probably going to be quite low, as it always is.
I think it will be. I think it will be on turnout. I mean, from what I can see, there seems to be the victories that you'll have in I forget the regional list for a moment, but there's a more important the constituency results. From what I can see, that the results will be very narrow marginal wins if for the SNP in many of these seats. So you're looking at 1,000, maybe even less in some of these seats.
In many ways, the SNP initially, I should say, in the actual election, kind of benefited from the unionist split vote. In the way that, because Scotland, especially in the Highlands and on the Isles, don't they? They're quite heavily Lib Dem, aren't they? and there's a split vote between them and I'd imagine them and the Tories and the Unionist vote, which allowed the SNP to basically take the Isles and the Highlands.
Well, kind of, yeah, and that's probably another thing that's going to scupper any opposition to the SNP is the Unionist vote being so split, because there's SNP and Labour supporters who would never ever vote Tory just out of principle, regardless of what platform they were running on. So yeah, that's always been a problem, and that's why when people say that the SNP have been so popular, actually it's just because the Unionist parties can't work together in any meaningful way.
I eventually foresee a kind of Northern Ireland kind of political scenario happening in Scotland at some point, where you get the kind of SDLP and an equivalent of a DUP there. In the way things are shaping up over there, because if the SNP kind of have a monopoly on kind of the vote share,
they do,
many constituencies. So the only way you can change that is by basically getting rid of the traditional dynamic of British politics.
Or you could just get rid of the government.
Well, yeah, we could just get rid of the devolved parliaments, but
just get rid of them.
I can't see that.
Actually, how many people would disagree with that? I actually don't think it would be that unpopular. I mean, turnout's always low.
In Wales, it would be currently the vote for abolish, if there was a referendum on it, is currently at maybe 38%.
I mean, I've just brought up.
Let's get it up to about 60 then.
I've just brought up the I guess the New Statesman forecast for this. So,
it's
horrible,
grim.
I mean, in many ways,
by George Eaton, a man you can trust.
Bang.
And they'll probably be cracking open the champagne on Saturday.
So this is
Prosecco.
the forecast from what's coming out there. It's actually quite similar to the previous one in many ways. It's not. From what I can see, that it seems to be little change from the previous election. No significant gains from Labour or Conservatives. I don't know if the SNP have gained any in this particular one.
Oh yeah, by the way, somebody's noisy and the chat's starting to complain. And it's current down there, I think.
Is it current? Okay.
Isolate
noise. That's
I maybe.
If you're not speaking, just mute yourself.
If you just mute yourself in the top corner, and then when you hop on, you can you want to say something, just unmute yourself.
I think you can mute him, can you not?
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so that's what we got at the moment. North of the border. So we'll see how that happens. The first constituency to be announced, from what I understand, might be the Shetland or the Orkney Islands. So we'll see how that.
I think that's probably a pretty safe Lib Dem, isn't it?
It's pretty safe Lib Dem. It'd be interesting to see what happens with the SNP vote, because if it goes up, then oh boy, fun night. If it goes down, then that might not mean anything significant.
Well, the Shetland Islands elect themselves a new Grand Chief or something.
Well, the Shetland Islands have said that they would consider voting for their own independence, and I still want to see what the SNP's argument against that might be.
That would be so funny.
It's always been there, though, hasn't it? The kind of option for, because they weren't too keen on devolution in the first place as part of Scotland. They wanted their own kind of basically overseas protectorate right, in much like Jersey or Guernsey.
But they're not even remotely like Guernsey and Jersey.
Well, it's because there's, I guess, there's a bit of a Scandinavian feel to even the Shetlands.
Well, they used to be.
Well, yeah, they were Scandinavian until the 15th century. So
I mean, there were Scandinavians in the northeast of Scotland and in the east of England.
As happens with islands, they develop kind of their own identity.
I'm looking
Well, then
at
the Isle of Wight can move by that logic.
Yeah, but the Isle of Wight's right next to the mainland. It's different.
I mean,
The
look how
Shetland Islands is
close
quite
the
far
Shetland
north
Islands are.
off the Scottish
Actually,
mainland.
some of them aren't. If you look at them,
The MP
right
for.
close.
Oh no, it's not, is it? I was going
Shetland
to
is
say.
pretty damn far away from
Yeah, it
mainland.
is.
Lots of
No, I was
southern
going to say
islands
Blackford,
there.
and then I realised no, I'm getting it mixed up, aren't I?
I think
looking
in
at that election map and thinking, is there you can make a good case for moving the English border northwards.
I don't want those people here.
Restore Northumbria, full borders.
I don't want those people here.
That means Edinburgh goes to England.
Yeah,
by the way.
Well, it was an
Anglo-Saxon
city,
What's
so.
the blue blob in the northeast? My geography is terrible.
That's Aberdeen, outer Aberdeenshire.
Right.
Yeah.
That's Aberdeenshire West. Yeah, I heard from from the party networks up there that because I took interest in that one because that was an interesting outlier that you got up there in the northeast. From what I understand, there is it looks like that the Conservative probably has held on there. It seems rather confident. They believe that a lot of the Lib Dem vote, because the Lib Dems had quite a strong vote there at the last one, but they think the Lib Dem vote might have coalesced behind the Conservative in that seat. Hence why he's taken it, or he's held on to it, I should say. The other one, though, is you've got Murray up. So I'll just let me go to the mouse here. I just wanted to show. So by my mouse is you've got Murray, and then you've got Aberdeenshire East, and then you've got I think it's Buchanan constituency up here, and then you've got Angus and such down here. Now, these are the seats that you probably should look out for, because if the Conservatives are going to make any gains, these would be the ones I would say they would make gains in. And when it comes to Lib Dems, again, up here, Caithness, there seemed to be some thought that the Lib Dems might take it. I don't know. I honestly, I just don't know. They could do, they may not.
I really hope so.
I think there is a strong case for them to take it. The Lib Dem candidate there, she's been quite ruthless. I think is it a she? She's been quite Molly. Is it Molly something or other? She was quite ruthlessly being attacked by the nationalists on social media. So
just like Charles Kennedy.
Yeah, it's a bit
What a
of
legend.
history repeating itself there. So yeah, I hope she does well up there. They seem rather confident, Lib Dems, with this seat. So yeah, we'll see.
To be honest, I think it's unwise to wish them to win because they're just as bad as the SNP politically.
Yeah, but the trouble is when you have,
but they're unionists.
But I don't have 75% of the unionists are raging SJWs. It's like.
Yeah, well, even the Tories are raging SJWs.
Yeah, I know.
So it doesn't matter who you vote for then, but they're just slightly less shit than the SNPs.
You've got to look at these elections, which is the worst option anywhere. That option needs to be destroyed.
Yeah, basically.
But they all would do what the SNP have done, though. So they're all really equally bad, except for independence, which is really bad.
That's fine. You don't live here, so shut up.
But we're in the same country.
When it comes to Labour, I mean, the Dumbarton West here, they holding on there, which does surprise me. I would thought the SNP might gain that, but I don't know. The candidate there is apparently quite well liked in that constituency, so that's a lot of it. The vote is on the personal level more than the party, so you got that. East Lothian on the other side here, so again, Labour holding on to that. It's quite a strong Labour seat, even in recent years, with the sort of breakthrough success of the SNP. So again, they're hold on to that. So again, we will see. That would be the one that I would expect to go to the SNP as well, because that in the UK Parliament equivalent is currently SNP controlled. So again, we'll see. And then, of course, Edinburgh, I think it's Edinburgh South here. It's a Labour seat. Again, the equivalent is also Labour. So Labour seem quite confident they're going to hold on to Edinburgh South there. When it comes to Labour gains in Scotland, the one place that I guess that I would say look out for, from what I can see on this just pure pure polling and probability factors that I've seen for this, is maybe Lanarkshire and Gordon Brown's sort of former seat in Caldeth here. So in five, is it Caldeth or Gordon Brown's? Cowdenbeath, sorry, yeah.
Cowdenbeath.
Cowdenbeath, okay.
As in Cowdenbeath nil.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, they're all nil.
So
Throwers nil.
Nil point.
Queen of the South nil.
So that would be the sort of game. So Owen, let's move on to Wales then, shall we?
A little bit more interesting. Labour's going to win, but it's still a little bit more interesting.
Not that much more interesting then.
Yeah.
The Anglos in this stream are so salty.
Oh, they are, aren't they?
I don't know. We're not as fucked as you guys are.
To be fair, Mitch, we're in
Can we take a
Manchester.
minute to go away from
Yeah,
the serious
it's fine.
politics and have a look at the monster raving Looney party? Because they may have chosen the best move I've ever seen.
See, all you people wanting to do entryism into the Conservative Party. Have you never thought about entryism into the Monster Raving Looney?
Nah.
You just want it because they want Birmingham as a spaceport.
They also want to abolish income tax if we're not at war with the French, which I think is a perfect.
Well, it looks like we might be at war with
We're
the French.
halfway there with that.
Anyway, Shire Tory, if you can scroll up in the chat, there's a link there. So this is a by-election for a council seat. So it's not even like a London Assembly seat or anything. It's just some council seat. And the Monster Raving Looney Party have decided to stand 13 candidates from the party, all in this one seat. So it means that the paper ends up looking ridiculous, where it's just like half the people on the fucking page are just Monster Raving Looney Party. And then there's a few Conservative or Green people in there somewhere, if you can find them.
You see, Cam, this is a funny thing. This happened with Margaret Thatcher when she was Prime Minister. You had, in her seat in Finchley, you had Christ Lord Redemption Party. You had I think you had like the early Buckethead. You had all these eccentric characters standing against her. So yeah, this sort of stuff does happen. But oh my goodness,
when you entire activist stuff it's totally.
Sorry, mate.
So everything to do with the right wing tends to be just like internet memes at the moment. So if you're gonna do something funny and meme worthy, they may as well make a whole party around it, right?
I mean, that's totally true, and as you say, this sort of happens with prime minister seats and whatnot. But usually, it's a bunch of people
UKIP into a meme party.
Yeah,
well, I've never Monster Raving Looney.
I've never seen like 15 from the same party though. That's fucking new.
Are they still advocating for that 99p coin?
I think so. I think so.
You know you talk about income tax. It's not hard to get rid of income tax. It's still only a temporary measure, technically, that has to be voted on every year. So you just don't vote for it. Job's done.
Yeah, but they're all going to vote for it, aren't they?
I know, and of course. But if you had a party that went in there, it's one of the easiest things to get rid of legally.
By the way, I've sent the actual voting page. It's so long. It's so long.
Oh my god. Okay, so let's. Okay, so this is the. Yes, so you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Is it 13?
Yeah, 13.
Yeah, 13. So, and this is Kingston upon Thames. So, okay, so that would be interesting to. I do wonder which Monster Raving Looney Party candidate will receive the most votes in all this.
Because it's such an S show, I wonder if whether or not one of them will actually end up winning. Because most voters will be like, "Oh, sod it, we'll just pick the first guy."
I mean, one thing that is really interesting is the Conservative candidate here is right at the bottom, which from what I know a lot of the Conservative, the way that they operate, especially in certain constituencies, such they get really funny if they're put anywhere near the bottom or even middle. So I just wonder what so this is Kingston upon Thames. You see, I would say this would be a sort of a Lib Dem area, if I'm absolutely honest. That would
I
be
think
really...
it is. I knew somebody from there whose family was involved with the Lib Dem party there, and yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Not anymore, lads. It's Monster Raving Looney clan.
It's also the seat of the Surrey County Council.
Yes.
So
I'm just reading about Hartlepool. Result expected at 5 a.m.
5 a.m.
Yeah.
Not Sunderland, is it?
Oh god.
My chin's getting ruffled.
In other news, there's a interest. Like if you look at the betting odds for Hartlepool, it's reasonably flat until you get a week before the election, and then it just goes, and the Labour vote crumbles.
Yep. So this is what we got here.
Unfortunate shape.
Right.
I mean, yeah. I think. What do you think? Okay, because I think this is quite accurate. I think this is how it's going to go down. I'll just go through the panel. What sort of cope are we going to see in the coming days from this? Because I know what the radical left are going to do, but what's the Blairite wing of the party going to do?
Oh, I was going to say they're going to blame Starmer, but I don't know actually. What Starmer going to say?
Like, do you guys there's a subreddit that's called like Labour subreddit I hang out on just to see like actual Corbynistas' response to things, and all of them already preemptively are just like, yeah, well, we want Hartlepool. You know, Keir Starmer's going to lose it because he's not socialist enough. So I imagine that'll be the response afterwards as well.
I think
we're not socialist enough. Just
yeah.
what you know, it's staring them in the face. Yeah. It's what the problem is, and they just can't accept it. It's absolutely mental. But like, you're gonna like eventually, it's gonna end up to the point where, well, Labour is a dead party walking right now. It's literally just going through its formalities. But if they, who could save them right now? What could they do? I'm trying to consider it, because they brought in their Blair candidate in Starmer, but that's not going to do it now.
The problem is Labour has adopted the worst quality of the American Democrats, which is rampant identity politics, which has no material basis in British political society. And that is the problem with Labour Party. And the thing there is, it doesn't really matter, because I think even with Corbyn in now, I think the result would still relatively be the same. I don't think it's a question of, well, is it Blair? Is it a Blairite candidate, or is it a Corbynista? I think the problem is that the Labour Party has come to a genuine consensus of, I guess they would say woke radical left-wing politics, but that is something which is just not resonating with anybody in the country, especially their traditional voters outside of London and the university towns and cities.
I have to nip away for a couple of minutes, but I'll just call it. I think you'll get two levels of cope. You'll get the Twitter cope, which will left-wing Twitter will go gammon, gammon, gammon. It was all the gammon, 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 gammon. It's just going to be non-stop that. I think of the Labour higher-ups, they'll go, well, we still have the universities, we still have the police departments, we still have the museums, we still have, the BBC. They'll rationalise it that they hold the institutions, and that is, the winning an election will be the cherry on the cake. But the ground forces will just be going gammon, gammon, gammon.
Yeah, because ultimately they've still got all the trump cards.
Yeah,
the higher ups, the men and women who are thinking policy and coming up with ideas will know that it doesn't matter if we lose, because the Tories aren't going to do a damn thing about the long march through the institutions.
No,
they're just going to keep fortifying.
I mean, and also this is something I was going to get on to a point. In many ways, while it's entertaining to watch this sort of stuff, and it's going to be entertaining to watch the sort of meltdown from the Blairites, including Mandelson, which is going to be a glorious thing to watch. There's also a part of me that is fully aware that at the same time, I'm not happy where the Conservative Party is at the moment. I think that they have completely it betrayed a lot of their voter base from 2019, from what promises, expectations. They've really gone down this ridiculous green agenda rabbit hole, which I cannot fathom. But more important than that, I was hoping in some way with the local elections that there would be, whether it's from the Reform or Heritage or Reclaim, that there would be this, at least on the council level, this sort of support which would cut, which, and it may still, we don't know, but there may be that the Conservatives would get somewhat of a bloody nose in certain areas because they have effectively just, abandoned a lot of the promises and sort of agenda that they were promoting in 2019. I do think that I do think if there was going to be an upset, I would say maybe the former Red Wall seats, because I think if the Reform Party, which is of course the continuation of the Brexit Party, I think that they could do quite well. That would be my place. I would say that they would do well in, but at the same time, the Conservative dominance across the board isn't always a good thing, because they're going to think that their sort of liberal, green sort of circle jerk policies is what's getting people to vote for them. And then the trouble is, it isn't. It's just because the Labour Party have just gone absolute insane.
Yeah, and that's why the Labour higher ups don't need to worry, because the Conservatives will just do what they want them to do anyway.
I know, and that's the frustrating thing, because this is going to be seen as a huge victory for the agenda that's been put forward. So you're going to have more green bullshit coming out of the party, and you're going to have more of this, very weak, mealy-mouthed liberal agenda by ministers appointed. And the problem is, my greatest fear is likes of Kemi Badenoch and such will be in the reshuffle removed. And it'll just be a complete sort of liberal wing of the party are back in.
Boris wouldn't get away with reshuffling Badenoch and Patel. Plus, Badenoch is a perfect candidate for that position she's in anyway.
If they kick Badenoch, the party's dead. Fuck them.
If they kick out the Queens, I'm never voting for them again.
But they wouldn't kick out
Patel. Not much of a Queen, is she?
The thing is, like, if you look at who Boris has surrounded himself with, like with former Gardenista journalists, with friends of Carrie Antoinette.
I mean, the first girlfriend.
Yes, the first girlfriend. I'm concerned, because the problem is this victory, even in Hartlepool, will be seen as, look, I can see Carrie sitting validation. There. I can see Carrie sitting there looking at Boris saying, look, honey, I told you the green agenda is working for northern working class men and women. I think there is going to be
this is in many ways this is still a bit of a Brexit hangover. So I didn't expect much change at this time round, because we're going back 2 years since, but one of those years was basically a frozen year because of the pandemic. So we're basically going back a year, really, I would say, in actual real political and real politic since the last election. Because what much is you had the pandemic, I think in general people understood that that was a no-win, and so that's that they can get away. There's a lot of leeway there, actually, I think, but also you got the vaccine bounce that's still there, I think, but really there's still that Brexit hangover of this part for a lot of working people who didn't like Corbyn, saying that Labour is still got all those people in it, and by the time we get to the next election, we'll see kind of how they set up and what the actual platform is, because again, like, Starmer hasn't said what his platform is yet. He hasn't got a platform.
I think the only policy I remember him proposing is a new set of bonds.
Yeah, that's the only policy that he's put forward, which is
and reset the bonds of the country, which he hasn't done.
Well, it's one of those things that if the new recovery bonds, the interest is low, then there's little point savers having them. If it's higher than inflation by much, it's just more expensive than the existing bonds the government are already issuing. So Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but you just got to think though, like if this persists now for another electoral cycle, and so Boris wins another big majority next time, which I think he will, because I don't think he's going anywhere.
I think Conservatives. I think whether Boris is around at the next general election, I don't know. I think that issue's up for doubt.
Oh well, because Sunak isn't going to win. Sunak's going to have a reduced majority.
No, I don't know who,
because they want to take over.
I don't know who would take over from Boris, but just given his overall health, given the fact that he's being sort of ground down by Carrie, I don't see him physically lasting the course.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. If let's just say something radical changes and Labour wins Hartlepool and Labour wins these wonderful victories in Wales and England and such, I would say then, let's be honest, the party would kick Boris out if at that point.
I mean, ultimately, these elections are meaningless without control of the institutions. That's where the real fight is, anyway. Like, this is nothing. These are just by-elections and mayoral elections.
It's a good. They allow us to gauge the public sentiment. That's what they allow us to do more.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is,
hardly anybody ever votes in these elections, though, apart from maybe this one.
All right, the politically engaged ones, then. But I mean, it still matters.
It's the biggest poll, other than the actual GE itself.
Yeah.
I do think that I think in certain mayoral races there might be a higher turnout than usual. I think in London.
I think in Wales it's going to be the highest turnout ever. Personally.
Yeah. Because I think, of course, one of the things that people might be pissed off with is obviously the approach to lockdowns. That's why I'm not saying that the Conservatives are going to have this. I mean, I've seen that they're going to have win over hundreds of new councillors, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't know. They may win, they may not. But I think.
By the way, just to know about Wales, in Wales, a high turnout good for the Tories.
Oh, so it's
good for anyone else because Tories don't turn out in Welsh elections.
I think that's a truism for most elections. You know, Tories tend to win on a higher turnout than when. It's got to be something major like 97. Like, you know, Blair was very good at turning out the Labour vote, but other than that, Labour depend on a lot of public apathy.
If you translate the GE results into Welsh Assembly results, Tories and Labour are neck and neck. But the problem is, in a lot of Welsh Tories don't believe in the Assembly whatsoever, because that used to be a genuine platform for many years for the Tories to get rid of it during Blair years, especially. So, I'm actually surprised that the Welsh Assembly Party has underperformed. So has Plaid. But so they generally don't turn out, or they vote for they are more inclined to vote for someone like Reform or the Abolish Assembly Party instead, and that's why the Tories lose a lot. Labour win because the population centres in Wales is on in the valleys.
Yeah, so down here.
Yeah, so that area, which didn't break during even the last G. Nothing there changed.
Here's a question for the Welsh on the panel tonight, and that is: how much, if Labour do badly in Wales, they lose seats, and the Tories get a boost, how much of that is down to Labour nationally, and how much of that is down to Mark Drakeford?
Mark Drakeford's not popular by any means. It looks like he could be losing his seat, so we'll be having a new First Minister regardless. Labour nationally is quite a bit to say, especially in the north east. That's had a lot to do with the kind of the national prevalence, because that's an area that Wrexham area being always a swing area for Labour. In Wales, what is the big thing? What the big things have been, especially in my area, has been the kind of the big push from Plaid, who have imported a ton of the SNP to do all the marketing for them, which is interesting. So if their vote share decreases, that'll be very strange. But it's quite stagnant, actually.
I could just imagine the meeting. Remember, just hate the Anglo. Just push that, and you'll win.
Essentially, but like the big so it's it'll be on the lists where seats are won and lost. I don't think you'll see many constituencies change hands. The only one I could consider is Swansea West. That's one to look at, which is down like that little blue leg sticking out of the West Red, the valleys there.
Yeah, I don't think the Lib Dems will win Brecon.
That could be Tory.
I think it's going to be Conservative. I just don't see them winning. Looking on the poll, they seem to be down slightly. The Tories seem to be up, so I think that might be a Tory win. But who knows?
So this will be the last time as well. It'll be in this constituency format because the format will change next time round. So the next time round, Plaid will lose seats. Plaid will lose quite a few seats. Also, just to people who might be wondering, the Little Plaid constituency there, that's the Rhondda, and that is Leanne Wood's seat. Yeah, she's the leader of Plaid. My seat is Plaid leader now, which is Adam Price.
Is that it here?
That would be was it the Green, the biggest one in the south?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is about another mention is Ceredigion, which is the one in the middle there. Cardigan, which used to be a very strong Lib Dem. It used to be a Lib Dem stronghold. It was one of the ones that held out for the longest, and it's only just recently switched Plaid. But then it looks like now that's probably become their stronghold going forward. So that's where you'll see most sentiment.
And with Anglesey, because of course
Anglesey could go Tory.
Yeah, the Conservatives won that in 2019, and of course Plaid have held on to it. From what I understand, it's a three-way split in Anglesey between.
It's very close. Yeah, it's very close because you've got Holyhead in there, which is quite Labour, and you've got kind of the outer regions then, which split half and half between Tory and Plaid, which is the same across the entire countryside in Wales, by the way. It's a half and half split between Plaid and the Tories, which is interesting. But Anglesey could go either one of the three ways. If turnout is big, expect it probably to maybe go Tory.
Yeah, and then you got like sort of this. I can't pronounce this constituency.
Where?
It's can you see? Oh, let me. This one here where my mouse is.
Gwynedd.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, it's Gwynedd. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was like
Gwynedd on the Llŷn Peninsula.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, so
that's going to be Plaid always.
That's always Plaid.
And you got so you got Radnorshire down which is one to look at, and you've got Swansea West, and you have also an area of Cardiff, which is Drakeford's seat, which he could lose.
Right.
There is talk that he may lose his seat.
What about Bridgend?
Bridgend may be close, but I don't expect it to change.
You don't expect it? I see. Now that would be the one that I would say the Conservatives are more likely to win Bridgend than they are Newport West.
See, the mad thing about the valleys is that it's a very strong Leave area, right? The whole valley is very strongly Leave.
Yeah.
Whilst everyone else in England went to Tories or Reform, the valley remains still Labour no matter what, and it is beyond doomed. The valleys.
Labour till I die, like my dad, my granddad, my great granddad.
Oh no, nothing could change it. But these people are, they're plastic unionists at this point. They're unionists without a union because they don't have jobs. I'm sorry, that's sad to say. But that's the valleys for you. It'll always be the same. But again, though, what we'll see as well is less of a split vote, because in my constituency, Reform split the vote massively. Brexit Party split the vote massively, and the Tories would have won my constituency quite handily if it wasn't Brexit Party standing.
Yeah.
But that's because in valley regions, and my constituency does have some valleys like Ammanford and stuff like that, which is a big valley town. Many of those would never vote Tory, but they would vote Brexit Party. Now, this is something I don't think many considered when they think about the split vote. Is that some of them would not ever vote Tory on principle. but they would vote for someone else other than Labour. So that's something to consider, especially in the valleys.
Allowing foreigners and teenagers to vote gone down in Wales?
Nothing. Like teenagers, 16-year-olds don't go out. They don't care. The state of education means that 16-year-olds are so apathetic they just don't care. There's no point.
Just get rid of it.
And it'll make a difference in Cardiff wards. It'll strengthen up bolster Labour's vote in certain Cardiff wards, but that's it. Because there's not much of a foreign populace outside of Cardiff. Swansea, you have your odd street, but Swansea's not even that bad. Swansea's not even got that many. But Cardiff has Tiger Bay, massive foreign contingent. Newport would probably help them a lot as well, but other than the Newport and Cardiff, that's it. I think actually. So I don't see that making much of a difference whatsoever, to be honest. So for Wales,
I've got some potential breaking news here, and I will say to the guests, please no referencing of American election things.
I would never do that.
Yeah.
Joe Biden won fair and square, and nothing can take away the massive majority that he had.
Basically, so this is what's coming through from Labour sources. I saw this a bit earlier. So Labour sources, postal vote in Hartlepool held up well. Possibly indication of how tonight's going to go.
Oh no!
A Mott and Bailey is being erected, but obviously for historical purposes only, guys.
To be fair, the Labour vote seems to have plummeted quite recently in the last week. And so it's plausible that most Labour voters that were planning on voting Labour by post had already posted their ballots by the time they saw Keir Starmer making a wally of himself in the area.
It is possible. That is a possibility. Having said that, though, traditionally the Conservatives do really well on the postal votes because older people they tend to vote early, for whatever reason. And this is the thing, because this goes back to a very serious problem that we have is the postal vote system in this country is that there is no protection against it, against fortification. In theory,
we got to remember in the UK we've had a questionable election in Peterborough not too long ago, which was extremely questionable.
Yeah.
Is that the one where the MP actually had to be removed?
That should have been the first Brexit Party MP. That should have been the first Brexit Party MP, in all honesty. But there was a suspicious postal vote, and
she was literally a convicted criminal, and she still got elected.
Yeah.
Well, because of the person, they'd already been. Her team had already been done tampering votes prior, but they sacked them all and just brought them back in again after a few weeks.
Is it Olusanya was her name? Can't remember.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. But I did say this could be a problem in certain Labour areas. I would love to see the Tower Hamlets result, because I imagine that's going to be amazing to go over.
There's already stuff coming out on Twitter about Tower Hamlets. There's I think he was a Brexit Party candidate and TV doctor David Bull, and he was down there. In fact, I know he lives kind of in that area as well, because I've seen him about around Canary Wharf, and so he was saying he was witnessing people carrying ballots in Tower Hamlets. So
yeah, I've seen from him. You got So I'll just go to that one where again, just so our foreign viewers maybe not aware. Unlike America, when the voting stops at 10, there is no extended hours. That just doesn't happen here. It doesn't happen. And the voting is not done over like months and month period. It's meant to be done over
smaller. The size of a county in this country is the size of a metropolitan, like a town area.
The population of the UK is 6 times less than America. It took significantly longer than 6 days to count it.
Yeah, I mean the trouble is, like California, when they were counting, in California, it took I don't think even know the full results have come out of California still. And bearing in mind the sort of how well connected the state is and how many people they have for these counting bits all over America, it's I cannot believe that rural states like your Midwestern states can manage it within the reasonable amount of time, but places like California can't. I don't buy that. But yeah, so this is what Robert was just saying from Tower Hamlets. This is a polling station, Tower Hamlets, where London Labour is directly influencing electors in the queue, handing out leaflets, showing them how to and where to vote. And he says, this is illegal. This is illegal. They're not meant to be campaigning on election day. This is purdah period. So these Labour activists are actively breaking the law. If that is correct, from what I can see here, yeah, they're handing out leaflets to people. Queuing. So, but this is a problem within Tower Hamlets. This sort of stuff goes on with Labour.
I mean, they're probably going to get away with it because of who's the mayor. So,
yeah, I mean, that's the ultimate. The problem is that don't expect anything good coming from out of London. It will be interesting to see how Lawrence Fox how he fares.
You mean like crap?
Well, the thing there is, it'd be interesting to see how he fares on the first ballot, because if he's taken a considerable amount of the Conservative vote away on the first go, that
he's appealing to Tory voters. He's appealing to Lib Dem supporters, in my opinion.
I think he's no, because if you understand, well, here you go, Mitch. If you understand a lot of Tory voters in places like Wimbledon, in the sort of posher seats, Kensington and such, this sort of stuff that he's been doing would appeal to that sort of branch of Tory voter. So I would say he would do quite well in those areas.
That's if he is even doing well, which I doubt. I mean, I heard somewhere that he's doing really badly.
Yeah, sorry, great joke. You're talking about Bidenisms in Tower Hamlets. Someone being like, "Hey, 2 votes Labour." They were doing it before it was called in Tower Hamlets.
Come on, man. Come on, bro.
Yeah, and of course, Martin Dubney, he's say Tower Hamlets has a shameful history of postal vote fortification, and has always been Labour. Yeah, this has been a perpetual problem.
Can the government actually do anything, or is it just down to the mayor to sort this shit out?
Well, the mayor is also the police and crime commissioner in London, so they have more legal powers than you'd expect in London.
And also, I mean, it is up to the electoral commission as well, because they're the ones that ultimately. The trouble is, they're very.
It's just another civil service bureaucracy.
Yeah, I mean, the electoral commission are trying to work out what they can get Darren Grimes for next.
No lots with him.
Oh, come off it! I'm sick of. Come on, he's not perfect, but he's all right.
He's a coward. He
did that one thing over Starkey, but most of the time he's on what? But look, Starkey's bounced back. He's got a new book coming out. He's doing the chat circles again.
So that makes it all okay, does it?
No, it doesn't make it okay. It doesn't make it okay. But you do not.
Calm down.
Do you have the concept of just like of proportion, where you just go, okay, he did this wrong thing. We know it's the wrong thing. We call him out on the wrong thing. But you don't cancel everything he's ever said and ever done, even when he agrees with us.
Calm down.
With us. Okay, I'm just sick and tired of putting the boot into Darren Grimes.
Well, I'm sorry, but the man deserves no respect for what he did. I don't care if he's right on a lot of issues.
Okay, so you don't believe in the concept. Okay, you don't believe in the concept of, Okay, right. We're going to hold everybody to the one thing they did wrong.
All right, guys. Yeah, it's a lot of chat.
I was getting a little bit Dave Rubin there, wasn't it? Guys.
I'm perfectly calm. He's the one who's lost his shit.
But seriously, it's the easiest thing to do in the world is to sit back and just go, I'm going to put the boot into Darren Grimes because of, because he disavowed David Starkey. Okay, every other time when that guy, right, he showed that the Electoral Commission was politically biased, and other things. When he was they tried to do him over the Brexit vote. I mean, the stuff he did campaigning for Brexit. Okay, that was a good thing. So I'm not going to throw him under the bus because of one bad thing.
Yeah,
when the other person under the bus, do we forget that?
I mean, to reference, Diane Abbott. I think, all things considered, Darren Grimes did more good than bad. Because at least, Darren Grimes didn't kill 60 million people.
I mean, this is the thing I'd say about Darren Grimes. Yeah. I think...
he was this close.
Yeah.
Wasn't real Grimesism.
It wasn't real Grimesism. I do think that so I think if it happened today, I don't think Grimes would throw Starkey under the bus. If this happened like today or tomorrow, I also think that a lot of the reason why Starkey went media sort of silent for a year was, and I think he did an interview on the New Culture Forum, which you should all check out actually because it's a very good interview. It was sort of a lot of the sort of media silence was on his part as well, because if you listen, he actually does refuse to be classed as being cancelled. He just took the conscious decision of not really responding and not, I guess, taking some sort of time to, I guess, relax or just, or not. Because I know that he did regret the comment that he said, not because of the woke lunatics screeching about racism. It was just because he knew that it wasn't the best term to say. And he's a very particular man. He likes his he likes to use the use of English language in a certain way, so it comes across as eloquent, as as a high standard sort of use of terms. And so I think he felt that he didn't come across in that way. But I mean, ultimately, I think that I think if Darren Grimes, if this happened tomorrow, I don't know if he would chuck him under the bus in that similar way.
I mean, for all we know, David Starkey could have told him, throw me under the bus, to save your own skin. I don't know.
I mean, Starkey's not said anything about Grimes.
Yeah. I love the idea that Starkey's just like, Allahu Akbar.
Yeah.
That's just...
But we're different. We're kind of in a bit of a... When it comes to, I guess, to use the animated sound, to cancel culture, kind of a bit of the normie term there. We're kind of in a little bit of a different paradigm now on that than where we were then. If you think about, if you look into the cultural circles with Gina Carano, even on that sort of event, people are more willing to stand up now than they were back then, and you probably would find less people would throw someone under the bus for a comment taken out of context.
Aye.
So
there's more resilience.
Just say, I think we would do well to exercise a certain level of, I don't want to say forgiveness because that would imply forgetting, but just
real politique.
But yeah, just weighing up the pros and cons of quote unquote excommunication. And honestly, I when it comes to Darren Grimes, ultimately, I think the cons outweigh the benefits.
Yeah, I'm sorry, people.
So negative.
The thing is, some people are taken aback by the tone I adopted, and yeah, sure, but that's because things are still fresh in the memory for me. When I found I was being excommunicated for not pure thing, And I mean, this stuff. I don't like this. I don't like purity spirals. I really don't. I think it's.
I don't like it because of ideology.
That's
my issue. It was character.
But the thing, okay, yeah, there's character, and he's made a mistake. Okay, and
it's just a mistake, right?
No, you don't. Oh, goodness me, you have literally. Right, let's go and trawl through your background and find something you did wrong, and we'll never let you off the hook. We'll never let you off.
Mitch does have a history of being negative about people.
Yeah, but Mitch, let's look at another point of view. When the left fucks up, okay, when the left fucks up, they protect their own. When the right fucks up, all sides attack them. It's literally like an Ottoman court. They all fucking stab each other and slash each other.
Wait, and the left don't stab each other and do purity spirals now all of a sudden.
Friend good, enemy bad.
But the thing is, it has to. I mean, in many ways, it has to. I mean, that's probably why the left are so easily united and easily.
If you do that easily united. Look what they do. They regularly throw each other under the bus.
Yes, they throw each other under the bus, but more often than not, that's to increase their own standing. They don't throw each other under the bus because of something a right.
Machiavellian.
And the difference is when they do it, most of the time, the people who get thrown under the bus, they fall back in line or they disappear. That's the difference.
I keep coming back to this point. I've said it a few times on Twitter that take where we all were in about 2018, 2019. And we recognized we were a broad coalition. We had libertarians, we had conservatives, we had people who were kind of somewhere on the right. We even had
reactionaries, yeah.
And we had a kind of unity of purpose in facing down the left. And then sometime around about early 2020, it started to fragment. That's when the purity spirals came in. That's where you said this, you're out of the loop. People getting smeared, branded as net negatives. Look at the state of play now. We are fractured. It still hurts, to look at where we were 2 years ago and where we are now. And I just think, there are certain of us who we were in dialogue, we were in conversation then. We're not now.
Oh, I hate to disagree with you on this matter, but there was never any really true.
No, that's nonsense.
There wasn't any. No, maybe in that little community on the internet, but not in the country.
We briefly marched under the banner of liberalists. No. Yes, we did.
What? The liberalists? This wasn't some countrywide spanning phenomenon. What?
No, I'm saying it was an internet thing. It was an internet, and it was
tiny little community.
It was Americans and British. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people that we crossed paths and we all decided we weren't going to attack each other. We knew where the enemy was. And then in early 2020, certain people, certain groups decided that it was more profitable and they get more hits and they get more traffic by punching right.
That may be the case, but again, I don't remember seeing this particular coalition even form. And I don't think
it happened 3 years ago.
The hell does this got to do with local elections?
Yeah,
it's got to do. Yeah, so I said, So
we're going to 5 a.m.
I mean, the trouble is, I admit, we won't dwell on the sort of.
We've done Wales. No, let's let the Anglos talk about England.
Yeah, so we're talking
England. Come on, England.
Exit poll.
The Anglos have their seats.
Let the Anglos have their blooming superiority, like they always crave.
Northumberland.
It's the truth, lad.
Yes.
Shut up,
I can hear some obscene cope from the.
No true Anglo can be over there, Harry, and you know this. You're just as Anglo as I am.
Yeah, actually, Harry doesn't count as an Anglo; he's a Catholic.
Oh no.
Well, there are two Catholic Anglos in Manchester in this.
There's only one Manchester Catholic. I don't know who the other one would be.
How do I kick them?
Oh, Current's okay. Current's one. Okay.
How do I remove?
We need to answer the IQ.
Oh, God. All right, that's enough of that. Owen, literally, you accused me the other week of being too controversial.
What, the Irish question? It's a joke, man. That's not edgy.
I'm only as Irish as Thatcher. Maybe half as Irish, I'm not sure.
Oh.
Move.
Anyway, yeah, so this is something that's come through, quite some time ago now, but this is the sort of predictions from Northumberland council region. The results. So the likelihood is that the Hartlepool by-election and Teesside will go to the Conservatives, and the Conservatives will win in Blythe. Remember Blythe Valley? That was again part of the Labour Red Wall, Labour stronghold. It looks like the Conservatives are going to win there, according to, I guess, early reports. This has been shared about by your Laura Koonsberg types and all that. So, yeah, we'll wait to see how that happens. Again, it goes into what we sort of believe that was going to happen, that the North is going to be the Conservatives are going to do quite well. Having said that, though, the South, we haven't really seen anything come in from the South or the Southeast as yet. I still think the Conservatives are going to do quite badly in the Southeast. I do think that's going to possibly be on the tables.
Who's going to pick up the votes there?
I think it could be. I don't think it'd be Labour. I think it could be Greens. I think it could be maybe Lib Dems. I think it could be Greens though, and maybe Independents, because I just think Conservatives in the Southeast. If you look at places like the home counties region, for example, there's been quite a noticeable Lib Dem surge at the last election. Whether or not, though, that's going to be the same this time, I don't know. But I noticed the Conservative attention, sort of political centre of gravity, has been shifting northwards, and what you're seeing in the South, and especially in the Southeast, is that from what I can see, it's sort of depleting. I mean, even Dominic Raab's seat, that nearly went to the Lib Dems last time. I don't know. I think is it Guildford or somewhere around there, and St Albans as well. I mean, if you look at St Albans, that again was a Conservative seat, and it went to Lib Dems. So I don't think the Conservatives are going to do too well in the Southeast. I don't know about the Southwest, Devon and Cornwall. They could be. I don't know what's going to happen there. I think the Conservatives might do okay in that particular region. Now, for people who are unaware, I would have had my election result coming through in Somerset, but the election for Somerset has been delayed till next year. So I'm not having any. I'm not campaigning this year for my seat. So
Somerset.
Who's in the pags?
Mr. Shire.
And I would have been up against a Labour candidate, and I would have needed about a 5% swing to take it. So it was
a good pension if you get it.
Yeah, it'd be quite a nice thing. So I've got that to look forward to next year. Whether depending on what happens.
I was once thinking of standing, right, but the problem with me is in true Owain fashion, I kind of have a principle. I don't believe that there should be any parties at local level.
Yeah.
I don't believe that there should be any partisan affiliation for councillors. They should be all based on individual merit.
The fucking principle, just get power and use it.
But the problem is,
I'm going to use that. That's so based.
Yeah, that's going on a t-shirt.
I mean, literally, Joz has just channeled the sort of essence, the pure energy of Conservative Party HQ.
Done the political equivalent of tapping into the dark side.
Yeah, I mean, that is
life lessons here, boys.
Shirt with that and the Conservative Party logo. Just
this is why you're losing. This is why you're losing. This is what they do.
Joz literally just like the episode just now, just like tapping into the dark side.
This is where Joz's mind has got to because he can't get to space yet.
Yeah.
Why am I not on Mars yet?
Yes.
The difference between that line, though, and CCHQ is CCHQ don't use the power that they've just compromised and thrown away their principles to get.
Yeah,
They just sit on it and don't use
that's
it.
the thing. And what's really good, I mean,
The dark side rings can lead you to remarkable things.
Yeah. But the thing is, with council politics, people might be fully aware. You don't actually when it came to my campaign. So I did actually do a sort of build up to it. I had leaflets and everything all ready to go. The CCHQ had no input in my campaign. It was all up to me. I was offered help, and I was like, "Well, no, I want to win the seat." So.
Well, it's
what an
also
indictment.
Which party is wanting to spend more in your area is often the reverse of all of the national level.
Labour.
Like I was canvassing in Stoke, for example. Can't remember which ward, but Labour had only spent 15 grand in a decade that they'd controlled, and then the Tories are going, nope, we're actually going to spend in this area and not send all of the money into the town centres.
Yeah. That tends to happen. One of the big things, in the West Country, right? The Conservatives, Labour do well in certain towns. So where we have a town, they do quite well in the town centre where you have a lot of the council properties and such. They do very well. That's where I'm standing. But over recent years, especially with Brexit, there's been quite a big shift. But in the Shire bits, the Lib Dems are always there lurking. And that's one big paranoid problem with the Conservatives here, is they are really freaked out with the Lib Dems and the possible Lib Dem resurgence. That is their biggest.
Always been the same in the Southwest, though, isn't it? Like, there's always been that threat of the Lib Dems. Like, if you think about Bath, just around the corner from you.
Yeah. And that is why, gentlemen, I took the decision, along with the party at the time, to abolish the district councils, which were all Lib Dem owned. So now you only have one centralised Conservative council, because why would you give Lib Dems power equal to yours? I don't get it. I have all the power, not them. But that's fundamentally why we did it. I mean, I don't know why.
So I'm just laughing at the idea of the whole, fuck principle, get power and do shit still.
Yes, that's really what it boils down to.
It's so true, but it sounds so dumb.
The Tory version is embrace principle, get power, do nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but that doesn't look so good on
they don't really embrace
so good on the tea mug, though.
It doesn't. No, it really doesn't.
I want to prove it to you guys and win a fucking county seat one day now.
Do it.
In Wales,
I'd vote for you if I was Welsh. Yeah.
You're gonna win one in Mars.
You're going to run for Plaid?
No.
What is it with Labour's local policies and just trying to, if they control a county council, they just seem to try and draw as much money as they can into the town centre?
Yeah. And also what they would do is,
for example, which is northern Liverpool and goes all the way up the coast to Southport. They just view Kirkby and Southport as just something to leech off. And the council own a town centre shopping area somewhere in the middle near Liverpool. And they're basically trying to bleed Southport dry just so that they can prop up their own council-owned shopping centre.
Yeah.
As an ex-Londoner, my memory of Labour-run councils, it was that non-stop street parties and overstaffing sort of children's play groups. It was just things like that. It was just massive. It just pissing money away on.
But more youth clubs, Robert.
Yeah, youth clubs. Literally, Labour have a fucking fetish with youth clubs.
Youth club politics.
They have to
come to stay at the YMCA.
Yeah, I mean it is absolute.
I mean, how else do you stop endemic knife crime?
Well, yeah,
the village people, mate. That's how you do it.
Recording it. That's how Manchester did it.
Yeah, I mean that is that will probably be
That's how Tony Blair did it.
Yeah. Look, we brought crime down. Yeah, sure you did, Tony. Everything that Tony says, assume the opposite.
It can only get better.
No, stop.
I like Tony Blair's new evil elf look.
He looks like one of the bank goblins from Harry Potter.
Demonic Gandalf, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, did you know that Not So Obvious was in D-Ream?
No, I didn't. I have seen that. That was a mad gif. It does look like him. Doesn't it? It really does.
If I can find it and you can share it.
Yeah.
No, Brian Cox was in D-Ring, though, wasn't he? He was a keyboard player.
I see, Callum, you shared a image here of ballot boxes in Glasgow too full. Is that a real thing, or is that a meme?
That's the BBC reporting. Apparently, in Glasgow, their boxes got too full because there were too many votes. So,
big think.
I had a problem with that. My polling station where the box was really full, and I actually couldn't get my polling cards in.
Well, that is
that's because in Scotland we tend to only expect a turnout of about 30%. So we've got tiny boxes to put them in.
So that means turnout is higher in Glasgow than expected. So,
well, Rangers won the league. What would we can expect?
Hell yeah!
Well, that's a load of unionist votes, then, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I love how Scotland. As soon as you just ask them if they're from Glasgow, you ask them Rangers or Celtic, and then you immediately know their politics.
Yeah, well, pretty much, yeah. I mean, yeah, I get asked that all the time by non-Scottish people.
Yeah,
it was like Rangers or Celtic, and I'm like, neither, because I'm not from the west of Scotland. I'm not of Irish descent, or anything. So,
yeah, I did, when I was at boarding school, we had a Glaswegian fancy. Yeah, he was a Glaswegian, but he was I asked him the question, and I said, "Well, what's the difference between Rangers and Celtic?" And yeah, as you can imagine, that was a long conversation. It basically came down to, Celtic supporters aren't real Scots; they're just Fenians that just came over here because they're too poor to live in Ireland.
Pretty much,
not wrong. No lies detected.
Yeah. So
makes you wonder, why would they come over here if they hate the country?
Sounds very familiar, doesn't it?
Gibbs.
Have you been to Liverpool?
God, there are a million groups we can ask that about.
I mean, yeah, that's like every West. You can ask that.
To be fair, they did get starved, so they had to kind of come over here.
Literally, the only people that could be starved on a fucking island,
surrounded by fish.
Yes.
To be fair, that's also kind of
they had other staple crops as well. Other
don't listen to the Irish.
The reason why they were growing potatoes was because of the insane population density. There wasn't a lot they could grow to feed. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, if anyone asks you Rangers or Celtic, just say Stenhousemuir and watch their eyes glaze over.
Dundee United.
Hearts.
Yeah, Heart of Midlothian. The Jambos.
Why was Burkow trending?
Oh, he's like a
Max
guest.
He's the guest on Question Time.
Oh God, who gives a shit about it?
You can also pay him to endorse you as well.
Can you pay him to shout?
Mate, Lotus Eaters should do that.
I'm surprised you haven't got Farage to do it for you guys yet.
Yeah,
that would be
good. As a reaction to Lawrence Fox, there's a YouTuber called Max Fosh, who is basically running solely to beat Lawrence Fox.
Is he a bread tuber?
No, he just makes silly videos asking posh people questions.
Well, bread tubers just make silly videos as well, though.
Yeah, they do.
Satire.
And yeah, he managed to get Verco to endorse him. And he also did silly things like he noticed that he was getting a load of ads on his YouTube videos paid for by a load of the other candidates, like Lawrence Fox. And so to say thank you, he went to their offices to give them a Colin the Caterpillar.
Mad lad.
So this is Max Fosh, independent, we're talking about here. Yeah.
Piers.
Did they deep fry the Colin the Caterpillar?
No, it was just a normal Colin the Caterpillar.
Was another Cuthbert one? They're better, I heard.
But
yeah, I can't remember if it was Colin or Cuthbert the Caterpillar. But actually,
Colin's M&S, Cuthbert was Aldi.
Yeah, I think Cuthbert deep fried better apparently.
And they're both total shit.
Asking the Manx here, what's up with the mayoral election in Manchester?
Well, Andy Burnham's gonna win, and we deserve forever sleep for it. Just
the Guardians is going to be more of a drug-fueled shit tip. In the city area is going to be shit still. Chinese is going to take over. Endless building projects. Homeless people are going to still be on the streets because despite all his promises, he's never going to move them, is he, Burnham? Yeah, but it's just going to turn into a shithole.
Mate, we're going to get that independent candidate.
Oh, should we talk about him?
I really want to.
To be fair on Burnham, where I'm living, I haven't seen any homeless people, which is odd because I used to be in Sheffield.
Oh, I see them all the time where I am in the centre.
Bristol has a very bad homeless problem.
There's a few cheeky ones that kind of camp out near tram stations, and like I've had it before where I'm putting like change in, and they're like, "Oh, you got some spare change there," and they just pull out their hand.
I hate that.
Well, now I feel bad, so here you go.
Because
fuck off.
They camp outside Greg's.
Guys, I can't see any predictions from Manchester at this moment in time.
Do you know what they do, right? They sleep in like some of the most like they sleep in the theatres, they sleep near like Mackie D's, like even like opera houses, they'll sleep under like the shelters there, and it's like they shouldn't be there.
Yeah, just euthanize them.
So there is
we
no
not have
anywhere
to put them?
Hey,
why did we get rid of workhouses again?
Well, yeah,
I don't know.
Well, we replaced.
I mean, to be fair, council flats like Grenfell versus a workhouse.
Which is worse? Yeah, which is more likely to burn down.
I do.
Grenfell, ironically.
So those Labour councils have got such a difficult choice. Yet another pride party in the streets or housing the homeless. I mean, what a tough choice.
It's not like it's their whole thing or anything.
Didn't Brighton Pride Parade get cancelled this year?
Yes, it did.
Again,
what a shame.
Damn
shame.
I do just want to point out. I was going through Guardian articles today for laughing at the Guardian, obviously, and I saw a line from one of the articles that I found breathtakingly arrogant. So it's about kind of the Guardian leaving Manchester, and one of the lines is, "Did the Guardian's departure from Manchester contribute to the North decline?"
No,
and I don't understand. I don't understand why the Guardian think they're that important.
Circulation 200,000.
Most of that's to the BBC. Yeah.
Didn't they leave in the 50s or something? Didn't they leave decades ago?
They left ages ago. Yeah.
What? Manchester's been red for about apparently 47 years.
Yeah. I saw that line.
Why would you live in Manchester, though, boys? Why would you do that?
Yeah, why would you do that to yourself?
Work.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a better excuse than living in Wales. Let's be honest.
It's getting a massive. It's growing its tech industry. Manchester. It's doing pretty well with that.
It is, and there's Media City as well, but everything else is still pretty.
When I decided I get new technical question with Manchester. Then.
All right, guys, wait, there's too much chatter. Too much chatter on here. Too much chatter.
It's a round table.
I know, but the trouble is, it's when you talk over each other, it doesn't come across well on the stream. But anyway, no, that's that. Yes, so I just got a news update here. So this might interest Tailed and our Scottish viewers. There is much higher than average turnout being detected by SNP, Tories, and Labour. Some local activists reporting a jump of 10%, others even higher. 2016 turnout was 55.6%. Is this linked to the pandemic? People not having much else to do? Question mark. So,
we've been stuck watching politics for the past fucking year.
Yeah, I mean, the thing though is, let's see how Scotland fares. I don't think that I think it's going to be a bit cringe.
It's going to be a bit cringe regardless of what happens. Let's be honest.
Yeah, let's be honest. I mean,
it's Scotland after all.
I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens. But
I'm on suicide watch either way.
Yeah, it's just
we're here for you, buddy.
It's just something that has just come through because there isn't much at the moment. It's just that everything seems to be quite Scotland based oriented. So we shall see.
Right.
Let's see.
Now no one's talking because you told us off.
Exactly.
Yeah. But someone has to, and for God's sake.
Maybe you should have thought about that before inviting us all.
Do you want me to lose my temper again? I can do that. I mean, that's okay. You know?
No.
Should we just spend the rest of the stream baiting rubber? I think that'd be quite fun.
I know I'm getting older. I'm just like I'm at that age where like pop music is going to just annoy me, and I'm going to complain about background music on the television. Yeah,
that's a whole other discussion.
Be right back with the TV on.
Right, any of you playing up? We're going to go through the London Labour Party manifesto. If anyone playing up, we're going to go through it. Okay, it's punishment. So anyway, because we're now moving to regions. Let's do the preview for the North and Midlands. See what's going on down. We'll see what's going on up in the North and the Midlands. See what sort of cringe is going to be produced up there. Right. Goodness me. All right. Let's go to where are you from? You lot, Lancashire, isn't it? Right. Let's see. Local elections. So you've got Peace and Crime Commissioner. So how do you think that's going to fare?
I don't live in Lancashire technically, so
yeah, we're Greater Manchester.
I used to.
Okay, so Joz, how do you think that's going to fare? Up in
it's always Labour.
No one cares about Police and Crime Commissioners.
There's so many students around. It's.
Okay.
Oh wait.
Maybe I cared. Okay, let's. Okay.
Did you see the Blackburn guy?
Oh, the video.
What was he called?
Something Patel.
Yeah, something Patel. Oh, fuck.
Tiger
Patel.
Tiger Patel. Yeah.
And he's doing that walk through the playground.
Can we play the video on the stream? Or not?
Yeah,
I don't know.
sure,
It might
sure.
be copyrighted music.
I saw it on Twitter earlier.
What if it's copyrighted music?
You don't really need the music. It's quite weird. It's quite freaky though, isn't it? Just a guy walking through a playground.
Well, there goes your copyright.
That music, though.
Oh, who's got the music going?
Is it not? Oh, goodness me!
I think it's AI.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Absolute boomer hours.
Unbelievable.
AI boomer time.
There we go.
What is he doing?
What is
I
he
saw
doing?
this before.
Oh, and then he hit me in the head then.
And he's still got a more powerful
music coming through on there?
That's for the swing voters, that isn't it? Obviously.
No, but it's fine.
What is he doing? Oh, Blackbird.
Wandering around the playground looks a bit dodgy.
Wait, is he a conservative? Is he a
Yeah,
conservative?
he is. Yeah.
Fucking hell, man.
No, it's Blackburn though. What do you expect?
I was going to say, I mean, a brown man walking around a play park in Blackburn. Not good look.
Spicy.
Oh.
Spicy.
I think
Because I'm
he's trying to
leaving
say, look, under Labour, there are no swings. Vote me.
If you vote Labour,
Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Don't.
What is he doing?
What is he doing? Why?
I'm the king of the world.
He's not joking.
Oh my god!
I got pretty big nonce vibes there, I'm not going to lie.
Strokey nonce.
I mean,
the missing swings.
But like the thing is,
fucking stroking nonce.
he must have looked at the fucking footage. He must have seen that clip of him standing there with a penis and the word "suck," and still thought, "Yeah, it's all right. I'll upload it."
If you vote Labour, there'll be nowhere for your family to bring kids.
Yeah, AI, I want you to do a campaign video like this.
Somebody screen cap that and put nonsense on it.
There's quite a lot of stereotypes in that. So in my version, my campaign equivalent would be me on a horseback with my hunting whip, going down and just with country music in the background, illegally hunting foxes or running down peasants or something. I don't know how.
Are you going to project power, AI?
Yeah, I mean that is quite that's quite entertaining. I didn't think that. I saw that earlier. I didn't think it was real, but
I've got an idea for this, guys. I've got a good idea for a meme. Screenshot that pose and then put nonsense at the top or something.
Oh,
nice.
You know what's weird as well? This isn't the first time he's done it. So I'll put it in the chat now.
I did it once before and thought, yeah, I'll do that again.
Yeah, so I'll put it in the chat. He did a video just like this before, but not as noncery.
What a spastic.
I'm not going to play this song because it's actually got copyright. But yeah, I'm So
yeah, but I still think it's better than Starmer punching a punch bag.
Oh. I mean, that is a very low bar.
Even Sadiq Khan was better at punching than... I think out of all the politicians I've seen in the boxing ring, I think Sadiq Khan was actually the best.
Do you reckon you could take them all, Giles?
I mean, Khan's like 4 foot tall.
That's true.
I reckon he'd take Keir Starmer, who's significantly larger.
Let's be honest, he does have far more Chad energy than any of the Labour Party.
I have the tiger.
But the thing is, this does play into what this does highlight what I said.
Oh my god!
He's more of a dribbler than he is a nonce, isn't he?
Ride the tiger, guys.
Absolute driller.
Oh no, not the return of driller, please.
If I was ever gonna have a video that shows you're a driller, it will be this.
Yeah, he's a
driller.
It's made with Mimatic or something at the bottom.
Yeah.
Nonsense, guys. What absolute nonsense.
What was his vote share though?
I don't know. I should find out. I'll Google it.
You do that because I just want to know if that was actually successful.
He's the councillor for Audley and Queen's Park in Blackburn.
This man must have victory.
Yes.
It does give me Anjem Chowdhury vibes. I'm just saying.
Oh man, I'd vote for him.
Actual Arab dictator.
Yeah.
I've got the results.
Pakistani, so he's probably.
So just tweeted out saying we got one.
So in 2019, he wasn't a conservative. He stood as an independent in that Eye of the Tiger video, and now he's with the Conservative Party. I mean, they saw talent and they knew they wanted
saw that and went, yeah.
Well, you haven't heard the results yet. So the Conservatives won that election. So
he got 22,000.
In 2019, when he did Eye of the Tiger, the Conservative candidate got 9%, whereas he got 27%.
Wow.
Oh,
so,
wow.
Nice.
So we've got a result, lads.
We've
got Cowpen in Northumberland.
Oh, we've got a result.
Have we got a result that's come in?
Yep. I'll put it in the.
Okay, let me go to Britain.
I'll chuck it in the chat there.
Oh, fucking stroking nonce.
It's not as good as we were hoping for.
Sad.
Which where is it in the chat? Sorry,
I just put it in the chat. It's below Eye of the Tiger, and
it's one hell of a Tory gain, at least, even if they didn't get the seat.
It is one hell of a Tory gain.
27%.
Yeah.
I can't believe there's a place called Cowpen.
That's not even going to be the most embarrassing place name, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, if you can't find it,
I've got it here. I've got the.
So despite Labour being down 6.7%, they still hold.
Nah, that's expected, really, isn't it?
Hoddle.
So, UKIP. Northumberland. That doesn't surprise me that Labour, because I think that went Labour, like the constituency up there went Labour anyway in the 2019, so it's not surprising.
That's a big indicator for Hartlepool. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry?
It's a big indicator for Hartlepool.
Yeah. If that is something to go by, then yes, because if you look at UKIP, the UKIP vote that was because this was 2017, so the UKIP vote, it does appear, has pretty much overwhelmingly gone to the Conservatives from all indicators I can see, if you want to say like that. But yeah, so Labour hold on.
So if other areas have a similar swing in the Tories' favour, then this could be a bit of a bloodbath, really.
Yeah, I mean, 27% gain.
Blood for the blood god. Screw the Labour Party. Death to the Labour Party.
Well, that was something I was.
Do shit.
I retweeted your I think was it yesterday's video where you said I want Labour to die, Callum, and I just retweeted that because I just thought, yeah, that's the message of these elections.
That's essentially my ideology at this point.
Yeah.
You've been radicalised. This is what Carl of a Cab does to the evil.
The trouble is, and this is something that I agree with you, Callum, on that point, and same with, I guess, because Carl's sort of on the same page with that. My problem is, I am from someone who's in the party. I am concerned of Conservatives having too much power when it comes to this, because this okay.
As a member of the party, I'm afraid it will win.
No. We're winning too hard.
No. I'm just saying. I mean, for God's sake, the Tiger guy. This is the sort of person that's going to have 27% swings.
Are you tired of winning?
I don't know what your problem is with
I'm tired. I think what AI is trying to say is that he's afraid this is validating bad practices within the party.
Yeah. That's what.
This is totally true. But what I said on the podcast was essentially that the Labour Party needs to die because British politics needs to redefine itself between Tories versus an opposition that's not bloody socialist.
Return of the Whigs.
Imagine if Labour does die,
fingers crossed,
and socialism is killed in this country, who will the Conservatives be frightened of? That they feel, we need to win this middle class Ponzi constituency. They won't have anybody to they won't have that radical leftism to pander to anymore.
I think I think if it went to sort of like a position where it's like a one party state under the leadership of Boris Johnson, I think you could see. I mean, the only thing that would happen, I guess, split in the party.
I honestly, I want to say something that if the Greens had a decent leader and decent organisation, they could eat into Labour big style, and they probably could supplant them at some point.
If they were actually focused on environmental issues instead of social justice issues, then they might stand a chance.
I don't. Go on.
I don't want where the Tories are now on environmentalism to have then the Greens to the left of them on environmentalism.
Yeah,
I think that might be the next place we'll go into, though.
Yeah. The thing is, though, even if Labour were to go, I don't think socialism would die in this country. I mean, they've already got all the institutions, as we've said before. It's not going to die. It'll evolve. They'll figure something else out. Then there'll just be a vacuum, and all the parties will duke it out, and whoever comes up on top will just carry on that legacy. And as we know, the Tories aren't going to do anything about the civil service because they got rid of Dominic Cummings, and they're not going to do anything about education or the health service or anywhere else where the tendrils of socialists are.
Get rid of public sector unions. That's what we need to do. That needs to be rule one.
Unions are already dealt with.
Owen, the upcoming battle in all of this is going to be between the I guess you could say the blue wall Conservatives and the liberal sort of wing of the party in the southeast and around London area. I think that is from all I can see here, that is going to be the upcoming battle.
There's a coming battle within the grassroots in the party of different visions of the Tory party, because there's a different vision in the south than there is in the north and the rural in certain shires.
Yeah,
as in the southeast has a more kind of economic perspective on the party, I would say. Whilst in the north, there's a far more patriotic sort of aspect to it all.
Well, the complete control of the party, I mean, let's be honest, it exists with the sort of liberal wing of the party. They're the ones with the reins of power, and they're the ones that have the reins of power since.
Like I've said in the past, though,
so
we're still lagging into the point where we have people created by old media, legacy media. Like Boris was created by the BBC, and he has a lot of the tendencies of a former BBC employee, etc. Whilst in the future now, like I said this to Carl the other night when we were on it with AA, is that we're going to see people from our ilk start getting into the getting selected to be MPs and councillors.
I mean, we saw a bit of that in 2019. You know, that a lot of these, I think we talked about it on the last Blob Watch, was that you had these MPs that weren't really, they were locally grown. They were kind of local candidates rather than dropped in from central office. And they weren't expected to have the success in the red wall that they did. And that is now a sizable chunk of the parliamentary party. Now, what none of us predicted, even back in December 2019, was Carrie Antoinette. We didn't predict her. We didn't. She didn't factor into. Most people didn't factor her into the equation, but she's a reality. And you know, the next issue is, well, how do we tackle that kind of malign influence?
But
speaking of Northern constituency red wall seats and disputes in the party, there is a think tank called the Decision Problem, which, like these think tanks do, just sort of try and get into the good books of the parties in power by helping them win elections. And they've basically just been trying to support the former red wall Tory seats and trying to win more of them. And if you want to influence the party indirectly, you can make policy suggestions to them.
The Decision Problem
and then they will be
Misesian, or isn't that a sort of a what they call sort of libertarian thing? The calculation Decision Problem.
Yes, it's a conservative, liberal, libertarian think tank.
Yeah,
the free market side of the party, trying to pressure that to win.
There was a poll not too long ago talking about economic attitudes in young people, and it was showing that there's a big swing libertarian.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I was really surprised because all my friends, even my friends are basically full on socialists. So I don't know where
all my friends are pretty.
I don't know where that's
pretty
from.
libertarian.
I mean, you both live in Manchester and Wales, so. Don't know how accurate that is.
Hang on. All my friends were Southerners at uni.
Yeah, where were they from? London?
Yeah, a lot of mine were from the Midlands.
No, one was from Gosport, unfortunately.
I also lived in Bristol 4 years, mind.
I mean, to be fair, it seems to be a national pastime to just whine about the government.
Yeah, but then they want the government to fix it.
If the government is always shite, moving from that to maybe we should have less government, isn't that hard?
I don't think it's nothing is impossible, but it is going to be quite hard to shift that mindset because people will complain, but then think, if we just get this person in, then we can use the government to fix this issue. That's what we think.
Another thing I can say is that talking about continuing my kind of strand of thought here is that do you notice someone used small dick energy earlier against
Can I just say that the Tiger Patel guy had big dick energy?
Yeah.
Right. For kids,
but you're going to start seeing internet kind of terminology start getting used a lot more in mainstream politics, and you're going to see all these pundits get really confused.
I mean,
this is what rules the Labour Party.
What did the kids say? Imagine it was like this old guy, what did the kids say? Yes, small dick energy Macron has.
Labour is blue-pilled. Don't dare I say.
Dare I say blue-pilled.
In a way, this is how kind of leftism has taken over everywhere. Because I know it originated in unis, but really a lot of places leftism came from did come from the internet. So
this is internet conquest subversion happening before our very eyes, guys.
So like how we were talking about. I hate to change it somewhat, but we were talking about the Tories potentially being the only viable party. Well, if you've noticed what's happening in Europe, Jesus Christ, that's a lot in the air. So who's moving? I can't concentrate. Thank you.
I don't know. Go on.
Right. Anyway, so on the continent, there's been a movement towards fragmenting parliaments. Like for some reason, I don't know if it's to do with COVID or the situation on the ground over there, but in Eastern Europe, and it's moving slowly westwards, parliaments are fragmenting, and big parties, like your big three or your big twos, are losing ground to these smaller parties who are gaining massive amount of seats. That's really what would be better for us here, because then AI won't have his too much power problem, and Labour can still be a minority party, and we might get our own little niche parties having some say in government. And we don't have to go alternative voting or anything like that.
Tory broad-church philosophy prevents that from happening.
It won't happen here for a long time, but it could potentially happen here.
I was very disappointed in Reclaim, Heritage, all these, because none of them stood in my area. I only had the big three.
Yeah.
And I felt, if people are saying to me, I've got to ditch the Conservatives and vote for one of these new guys, I go, okay, where are they? You got to get out there to make my voting choice more difficult.
I think one thing I noticed with Lawrence Fox is he would probably have a better chance outside of London than in London. But I know that he is somebody of London, so that's why he's standing. And I know that the Reform Party and the Heritage Party are endorsing him, or were endorsing him. So there was that as well.
There'll be one party by the next election.
Yeah, I think one of the things the Reform. I mean, Lawrence Fox's Reclaim, Reform, and Heritage need to, if they want to have any serious, meaningful impact.
Heritage won't join them, but Reform and Reclaim will merge.
They've got to unite as one.
Which is a shame, because I think Heritage are the better party in terms of.
Heritage will stay independent, I reckon. I don't see them joining it. They have a different priority to Reclaim and Reform.
I mean, I think Heritage are more socially conservative than the likes of Reclaim. I think Reclaim are basically very stereotypical London conservatives.
If I was Heritage, I'd be going for the Shires and just constantly going on about family, building the family unit. That's what I would be doing if I was them.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, that's what the Scottish Family Party are doing up here, and everyone's just like, "Oh my God, these are just bigots." And
but to be fair, Tail, that is Scotland. So
yeah, I can't imagine it being much different down there. To be honest.
I have multiple DARs. How dare you?
What is a DAR?
But you know how you're talking about slightly fragmented European parliaments that can't hold majorities. Bulgaria's got the interesting situation where there's not enough for a majority, and they haven't been able to form a government, despite the fact the election was on Easter Sunday.
I know, yeah.
Israel's got that problem as well, haven't they?
I think that it's almost identical to Israel in that no one wants to form a coalition with the biggest party, and then all the minor parties are saying we want the second place party to win, but we're not willing to actually go into coalition with them.
I mean, it's less government for us in the end, isn't it?
The power of first past the post.
Yeah.
Right, guys, I'm gonna
I don't
head
think
off.
every single. Oh, see you later.
Tail.
Bye, Da.
Right, cheerio. Have a good dream.
Not start.
Take care. Sleep
And
well.
don't
when
do
you finally
anything.
get to bed.
Don't do anything rash overnight, even whatever the result. We still
Well,
want to hear.
I'm hoping to sleep. That's kind of what I'm hoping to do.
That's not rash. That's pretty.
No, that's pretty average. But anyway,
You're
right.
right.
See you guys later.
See you.
See ya.
I'm not sure if every European country is, proportional representation or alternative voting, though. I think some of them are first past the post, aren't they? I think.
I'm not sure who.
But we are
Norway
seeing
might be.
power being not shared, but kind of being distributed by the populace to all these different parties. And there must be a reason for it. And I think it could happen here. That doesn't mean there'll be hung parliaments all the time, but we'll be seeing smaller majorities, essentially. And the smaller parties will have a big say. So we'll be seeing more split voting in the Commons.
In this country, what we need to do is to reduce the amount of urban constituencies. Because I feel there's too much. Again, there's far too much weight given to the cities right now in our country.
But there's also as a share of the population, the cities are much lower than they used to be.
I would argue, for the time being, until that's changed, just campaign more heavily there and win.
You can't win in certain cities, certain city areas. Due
with that
to
attitude, you never will.
Certain issues around, as we see with the London
People said that about the Red Wall, didn't they? and yet for so far it's broken.
But
So,
the red wall, it doesn't have a certain, I don't want to say demographic thing, but in London there's a certain reason why Khan keeps winning.
So we got
Boris managed to beat the trend, so I don't see.
Well,
Come on, London was as red as Manchester was.
It was. I mean, they put in Livingstone, and it took Boris to oust Livingstone. I mean, I consider the London mayoral job it's almost like a celebrity job. If you're a celebrity in politics, that's what you should be running for. You know, this is why, like an organic candidate like Sean Bailey, you know, is never going to get anywhere because, you know, what's his showbiz factor? Zero.
Yeah, he's quite bland.
I'm of the opinion that London shouldn't even have a mayor because it's a capital city, and I believe capital city should be run by the government that is situated there. I don't think it makes any sense to have a separate government for the capital.
Isn't Westminster technically separate from London?
You got London City and then you got Westminster.
They have their weird quirks, but you know, would you have DC like governed separately? It will be soon because it'll be a state, but like it makes sense if you really read into it, because you know the capital's supposed to be reflective of the nation when it's really in this instant it really isn't, because it doesn't reflect the philosophy of the nation right now.
Well, I mean, I would love London to represent us all, but it never has, and it probably never will.
During the Empire, it did very well.
Yeah. Okay, so I've got a bit of breaking news, everyone. So Newcastle City Council has just put this out. It says, "Hi, counting has been delayed due to a large number of postal votes being handed into polling stations late in the day."
It's the same thing across the world. This is insane.
Oh no! What is
that is a big old thing from me.
Do you bear with us?
Harvey Biden.
Have they been inspired by the Americans?
Yeah,
they're all in contact with each other. Let's not pretend that there's no transnational communications between all the different factions across the world.
I'll tell you what, I'm no joke. I'm not joking. If I find out that there's been whole ballot boxes which have been for one candidate, I'm going to punch the wall. I'm really not joking.
I'm thinking
like in that film, Marriage Story.
Yeah.
Not like
Okay, so I'm now okay. So Hartlepool, by the way, is going to go to the Labour Party by at least the most popular Labour Party candidate ever in human history.
In Minecraft.
Can't say I got to come up with anyone now. They know.
In all seriousness, right? We vote. Why would postal votes be the ones arriving late in the day?
It should be there.
To be fair, though,
surely the postal votes are already in a pile on election day.
So what happens? You're
having a bit too much there to think, my dude.
Yeah, but not the new postal votes.
Not the new. That actually because
the first class postal votes.
Current, you need to go to sleep. You're thinking too much.
Yeah. So that's the point. There are what you have is on election day. You can go to a polling station with somebody else's, like another person of your household's
vote by proxy.
But vote by proxy. Well, it's not so much proxy, but it's also polling postal ballot, and you deliver it there. The problem is the only way they authenticate it is they ask for a name and address, and that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, you have your polling card, and
no, you don't even need the polling card.
You don't even need a polling card. You just need name and address.
Name and address.
You don't even need to prove your name.
No.
So for postal vote, how does that work? Then you have to.
You have to put a signature on that.
You have to sign it, and you have to.
From Hartlepool.
Yeah, you have to.
News from Hartlepool: the Tories have said they have well over 50% of the vote.
Oof.
Things can only get better.
That song is getting new meanings.
Right.
Did this surge in postal votes come after the revelation that the Conservative swing was up by 27%? And they have to frantically scribble them
in some of these northern seats
in Minecraft.
Even certain levels of even like a staff vote couldn't swing them back because the swings to Tories are so hard. Like it's 27% in some constituencies, for God's sake, which is
right.
insane.
So let's do some Hartlepool.
I put it in the chat,
Especially when
mate.
you think general election, the share of the vote's only high 30s, typically, for the winning party.
Yeah, but these are seats which I think. Well, I thought they were just lent votes, but I'm starting to think they're not going back.
When I was canvassing, there was an old guy who was like, right, I've always been Labour all my life, bloody blah. I thought, oh, this is just going to be electoral why he's never going to vote Tory. And then he goes, but then I voted Tory, and I've been really pleased. And you've been doing a wonderful job, and now my son's a Tory too.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
It's almost like
See,
socialism
guys,
shit.
I told you it was possible.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There we are.
Yeah.
That's,
But then there were also there were just a lot of old ladies who know we're always Labour. I've always been Labour.
Oh, that happens
But
a lot.
There was one old couple that were like, oh no, I'm Labour. There's nothing you can say that'll change it. Ah, fair enough. And then she just goes, yeah, it's because my son's the candidate.
Fair enough. Definitely.
Fair enough. And then we carried on.
We'll see. Around these parts, you get it's either Plaid or Tory, and it's hard one way or the other.
From what I understand, from what I understand from like the various Conservative WhatsApp is that the Conservatives believe that they've won the seat. They think they could be 55% of the vote.
How am I not in these?
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, but you're not standing because you're a pleb in the party. So be quiet.
Because I'm never going to beat Plaid in this constituency, sadly.
Not with that attitude. No, listen. Well, not with that attitude. You won't.
You got to
believe. Working, cut down a few trees, and you can achieve anything.
I'm hiding power levels right now. Anyway, I'm concealing.
Yeah. Tonight should be inspiring you, Owine. You should be fired up, going, hell yeah! I want some of that action. I want some of that 27% swing action. You know.
Hell yeah, I'm tough enough. All right, Ed Miliband.
I mean,
am I tough enough? Yes, I'm tough enough.
I mean, I'd do it in my local. Yeah. I'd stand in my local constituency, but I'm not 80 years old, and there's too many skeletons in my closet. So but
wow,
but wow. That's another story for another day.
Okay, so we got our first bit of cope from the evening. Complete and utter hogwash. Labour are winning Hartlepool.
Oh, you'll love to see it.
What is that an array of flags?
We've also had the first gain.
Oh, we've had a gain.
In the chat, Conservative gain plus 21% of the vote.
Oh, goodness.
Well done, Miss Kitty
Brewster. Kitty Brewster, Northumberland. Council result, Conservative gain. 51% of the vote.
Look at the comment there. Oh my God, Starmer is getting deleted.
But where do Labour go after Starmer? They have nowhere to go.
Can we
Rebecca Long
Let's join Labour, guys.
It will as well. Rebecca Long Bailey is the one that looks like a child, isn't she?
Oh God. Ugh.
She looks like a face. She looks like her facial features are too small for her.
She looks like a crumpled condom.
Amazing.
Guys, radical idea. Let's all join the Labour Party for £3 and elect the worst candidate. So
that's not a good idea. I've been saying this for fucking 3 years. Why does no one listen to me?
I've been saying that for a while.
Josh, you've been on the internet for like a year.
I know.
Yeah. Yes, and I was saying that before I joined the internet.
Norman.
No one was able to hear me. I was screaming into the void.
Things can only get worse.
Actually, I just realised I also invited We Got a Problem, but for whatever reason he's not coming on here, which either means
that's just We Got a Problem. Me and We Got a Problem. Don't worry about that.
So we got a problem that We Got a Problem can't join the stream, right?
Yeah, but that's basically what was at this point. I imagine he's probably gone to sleep or something. He's doing this.
The man, I mean, the man has a full-time job and does like 3 YouTube videos a day.
Wow. Yeah, I know. So he's probably
The man says he can make live streams and then realizes he gets tired.
I think that's your thumbnail. AI.
So we have one more result that's just come in. It's Labour hold, but Conservatives up 12%.
Oof. Right, let's have a look.
You'd love to see it. Where's the champagne?
Give us the salt. I need it.
Okay, so this is Croft, Ward of Croft and Northumberland. Labour on 60%, so there's a plus 0.5 the vote.
But Reforms did.
Yeah, the Conservative Party 12.6%, and Reform UK, they got well, they're new, so they naturally have a gain. Same with the Independent. Interesting, Lib Dems not standing. Also, it looks like a lot of this is just the UKIP vote again. Because remember, back at this point in 2017, UKIP was still very much a major political force, even after the referendum. And so a lot of, obviously, a lot of their vote share is you're seeing now being, going towards.
Exactly the same things just happened in some other council seat. No UKIP, so minus 16% for them. Conservatives up 26%.
Oh,
goodness!
These are councils that never should be marginals.
Where are these Labour tiers? Hang on, I might give a quick look at the Discord.
You got to think now, all these councillors, right? These are councils, so it's not councillors, but you got to imagine a lot of councillors are losing their job in Labour tonight.
Where's the extra 10 points from?
Why is Northumberland full of constituencies named after boards? Kitty, Isabella.
Apparently Sunderland right now is a Lib Dem gain.
Yeah, I'm just hearing that as well. The Lib Dems have gained Sunderland seats.
Ooh.
Yeah,
students should not be allowed to vote. By the way, in their city they're in. By the way, they should be only one vote in permanent residence.
Stop the student vote.
I think if you're in full-time education, you relinquish your right to vote. So if you're 16 and you're working, if you have a job at 16, like you're in the forces, you can vote. If you're in uni, you can't vote.
If you've ever gone to uni, you can't vote.
I mean, I'm just going to go full highline. Earn your vote after 2 years of civil service, whatever that may be.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
Civil service don't want me.
Civic service.
I still
civil.
What, work for the government?
Well, work for
not in its current
state for 2 years or something like that. Do something like that.
Honestly, why are the Conservatives not arguing for raising the voting age to 21? Because you can see the Labour Party and the Greens and all that are like, yeah, turn it to 13 or whatever the fuck they're arguing now.
Because the media would call them fascists, and then they would freak out, and then they would stop.
Yeah. So the only base thing the Tories are doing right now is increasing the military budget. Sadly. Yeah. We're building a navy again.
Still, it's just undoing their policy from however many years ago.
We're just un-Osborning the country.
The thing though is, if the Conservatives really went down the route of raising the voting age, I can imagine it would definitely trigger something in the left. It would, because from their point of view, they would scream absolute fascism.
Yeah, but fuck principle, get power.
Jaws, what have you done? Yeah. This is going to be the Lotus Eaters.
I'm looking forward to listening to the Lotus Eaters podcast.
It's got to be the end of all their articles. Like it's got to be like Carthago Delenda Est.
I've done this with the Prosecco Conservatives, and I'm doing it with fuck principle, get power. I'm a mean printer.
Carl's just going to say, our standards, guys. We need standards, and then you just have Carl shout fuck standards. We need power.
Get power, do shit.
Fuck principle, get weed.
We'll set the standards when we have the power.
What's this rule about no swearing? It's our motto now.
So we got another
Teespring print those things.
Count Dankula.
Get them on a mug. Get them on a mug.
So we got another result in. This is from Hendon and Sunderland.
Hey, my old Hendon in London.
No, it's Hendon in Sunderland.
So
Ward in Sunderland. Lib Dems have gained the seat from Labour. Pretty big swing, 34.8%. Labour down 30. 0.2%. Conservatives are down 4.8%. The Greens are down 2.9%, and UKIP, who's obviously standing in this for the first, they didn't stand last time, so they're standing this time, up 3.1%.
Oh my god!
You wonder why that is, though. That's an odd result.
It is strange. I'm not going to lie. I did not. I was not expecting UKIP to be gaining. Even I would have expected them to probably struggle to get above 1%. If I'm absolutely honest.
British Alba in the chat there. Lamau, damn, tonight is going to be very enjoyable.
British Alba is pretty like, if you look in any kind of like aggregates, if you look at any kind of aggregate like political stuff or anything to do with Scotland, you will find him in the chat somewhere.
Is he based?
I'm not going to stick around this.
There's like Tory rebuttal who pops up everywhere and doesn't go away.
Yeah,
I like him.
I like rebuttal as well, but like he just pops up everywhere. I'm just wondering, he always manages to piss off everyone.
You got to hear some cringe, even though I don't mind her. Dinah Kolker, however you pronounce her name. I didn't vote today because women shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Oh yeah, that was.
You see that's a good reason. That's a good reason.
I gave her a head pat.
I'm Jaws, and I back this message.
I gave her a head pat for that.
It's like the reason of my vote doesn't matter. It's all conspiracy. I hate that.
Jaws, I literally want a report about what you'd make Mars look like. I'm interested in reading a job, but like with no women voting, it'd just be like it's so weird.
Josh would be like, rum.
Yeah, just how do you manufacture rum in zero gravity? That's what I want.
You'll have Olympus rum made in the crater of Olympus Mons.
That's a great idea.
Up in Northumberland, it looks like the Conservatives are absolutely winning in the suburbs. It's again, Labour is just holding your city centres, but the Conservatives seem to be doing very well in the suburbs. Funny enough, that's actually what Trump was meant to. Trump was meant to do quite well in the suburbs. He didn't do that well in the suburbs. Apart from, I guess
we are comparing two different countries, mind.
Yeah, I know. I was just saying that it's quite interesting to see the Conservatives doing really, really well in the sort of area that Trump was meant to do quite well in, and did well in certain states until certain things happened.
Again, Sunderland, very Brexit, heavy vote Brexit area.
Yeah, very Brexit area. I mean, it's quite interesting to see. I wasn't expecting 20-odd% swings, to be honest. 21% swings. I wasn't. I mean, I had a feeling that Labour might just hold on in some of these areas, but I'm quite surprised of how deep the Conservatives are going into this part.
The seal's been broken. The wall has been taken down. As in, like, the barrier's gone now. There's no longer that kind of Thatcher. There's now Boris.
But this is the thing, because I think Callum, you mentioned it on one of the Load Seekers podcasts, where you had this Democrat strategist who was who pointed out there were certain counties, and it's like in this country as well. You have certain constituencies which used to vote large parts for the Labour Party, and now the party is just sort of shrinking into these metropolitan centres, and these areas that they were meant to do quite well in. Same with the Democrats in America, like these counties where they used to do extremely well, and especially the rural counties, that is now completely the opposite. And you're going to have this really interesting realignment where suddenly places like Mansfield and these parts of Northumberland are going to be known as Conservative strongholds, pretty much for the foreseeable. I think at this point. I just can't see how Labour's going to regain any of this, because
they need a strong candidate to win it back, because if the Tories do a decent job, they'll keep it.
I just don't see what beyond Starmer. I mean, who else is likable in the Labour Party that any of you guys can think of? That's all got charisma, not likable, but who's got charisma that can
no one
garner votes?
Who Who has one?
I could see, the only
Who has
person
it?
I could see maybe gaining would be Burnham, because he's a kind of a middle ground between Starmer and Corbyn.
He hasn't really got charisma though. He
No,
looks
but
like
he's got a working man kind of look, and
he doesn't.
so-
Have you seen what he looks like? He looks like he wears makeup.
Oh, it's true. The man wears mascara.
The man
Yes,
doesn't look
Phillips.
like. I'm sorry, Owain. You must be blind because the guy doesn't look like he's worked a day in his life.
Surprising, given he's born in Liverpool.
Lee, I think it was. Pretty sure.
The thing is that
It's not Manchester.
It's not
They've got
Liverpool
no
either.
one that resonates with the bulk of the voters, because what Labour need, they need somebody like John Smith, who's he's going to be patriotism and Gibbs. Okay, because that's the next leader of the Labour Party should base that. It's going to be patriotism and Gibbs.
They don't
If
have
they
that person
build
in the
but they don't have anybody who represents that.
well, they don't have anyone who likes Britain.
No.
I mean,
Basically.
they had that kind of with
Galloway?
Kate well, yeah. If Galloway was admitted back into the fold, they might have a.
You know
chance.
what? It could be Corbyn again.
Yes.
Well, that's it for Labour if it's Corbyn again, really.
But
Maybe
he's
he's
neither.
He could win it again, because he would stand as well.
Let's
They
all
would,
vote,
yeah.
vote for Zara Sultana and see the absolute nuclear
Yes.
bomb that's going to be dropped.
No.
They'll never win an election with her.
Mate, she's
Of course they
fucking
won't.
mental. Of course we
Exactly.
need a leader.
Jess Phillips, mate.
I do want to see Labour put in someone that is mental beyond all repair, and she would be the prime candidate.
Being a candidate.
All you have to do is, didn't she retweet that fake Owen Jones account about? Is it that one about the?
No, that's the is it Rochdale or Rotherham MP?
Yeah, it was to do with the no. It was Zara Sultana who
Oh, was
retweeted
it?
the thing about.
No,
this-
you're thinking
the
of
gangs,
Naz
yeah.
Shah that retweeted the group.
Oh,
that's
that's
it.
it.
Sorry, I am getting it wrong. I know.
All Labour MPs meld into
All
each
the
other.
It's easy to get confused. Yeah.
all the crazy women. They just which one are you? Are you the?
You know
are
what's
you the
weird?
one that
Everyone forgets the thing about Naz Shah. Like, yeah, she retweeted the grooming gang thing, and that's pretty awful. The other thing she did that she's known for among, like Jewish websites was a really anti-Semitic thing she did that's even funnier.
Oh yeah, I've
So
seen that.
she took an image of, it was like a picture of Israel in the US, and it was like, move all the Jews to the US, problem solved.
Holy shit!
Like,
Wow.
like not
Yeah,
even,
I'm sorry.
not even
Did
move
you
them all to
mean
Israel.
based?
Move them all to the US.
So basically, we need to get an anti-Semite, crazy loon as Labour MP, Labour leader again.
So you mean any Labour MP? Yes.
Any Momentum supporter, exactly. Yeah.
I am seeing from Momentum that they have resorted to saying, well, Corbyn managed to help Labour hold on to all these council seats in 2017.
They were against Theresa May.
Yeah, in spite of him.
They didn't go harder on fox hunting. That's their problem.
Theresa May, Jesus, what an awful, what horrible days.
I mean,
Horrible days.
I agree, Theresa. The fox hunting, bring it back, but don't make it like your number one thing on the front page of the fucking magazine.
it's it's on page 17. Oh, and by the way, it's that kind of policy.
Oh, by the way, I'm gonna allow the ivory trade again. These are own goals,
Wait.
Theresa.
Wait, Theresa, what are you doing?
Handgun ownership.
Oh, that's got to be front page for me.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm not voting.
Will Labour win the argument tonight? Yes.
No.
We may have not won the result, but we'll win the argument.
Lads, we've got
Mitch
the worst.
is right. They'll morally win.
I mean, did they
The
not
thing
win the
is-
argument last time?
Yes.
Did he really lie about that? Technically not, because
come
who's
on,
in control of all the things that matter?
Look, it may have been our worst result in modern history, but we won the argument.
Technically,
Just imagine if Labour did fortify all these results in these Labour councils, and even fortifying, they still lost.
But the thing is, in Britain, at least I think you couldn't do that because there is a sense of fair play even in some of these areas. There's not. There is a British, like if someone, a big Labour guy, saw someone fortifying in, say, Sunderland, he would just he probably would flip out because that's not right. It's not proper. And there's a sense of that in Britain. I think you don't get in certain American counties and districts.
Someone in the chat says Yvette Cooper is a possible candidate. She's she's a shouty Starmer. That's all.
That's the prime as well.
Mrs. Ball.
She's not really been relevant for how long?
Since she lost Corbyn.
Yeah, that's going to be a millstone around her neck that she could beat Corbyn.
It'll probably be Long Bailey, or as I like to call her, Wrong Daily. So,
all right. So this is quite an interesting one we got here, everyone. This is a Labour hold, but Labour have increased their share of the vote by 12.2%.
I assume UKIP went.
It seems like a student area that's tactically voted.
Yeah, that is a student. Jasmine
that was entirely Zen.
Yeah, that's why the councils. That's not the big Newcastle. That's Stoke Newcastle, isn't it?
No, that's Newcastle.
No,
that's the proper one. I'm getting them mixed up on.
Newcastle on the Lime's the other one.
Saying this is Jesmond is a big student area because it's right near Northumbria University.
Oh, they shouldn't be voting anyway.
God, what the fuck? I just seen what you posted, Callum.
Yeah, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I'm going to put that on there.
Don't worry, you can because we're denouncing it because it's fucking horrible.
Okay. So just the trouble is, my channel has been like literally. I had when I did that interview with Eno2 Elizabeth, I got a strike and then I got a suspension, like one after the other. So. For you, literally that was what, and then I was for 2 weeks.
All right.
So
we've all got to say the prayer. Ave Biden, who are
Biden? And also, I just want to say that I will accept money from Mossad. Okay, making that.
I don't want to get demonetized, guys, but I will accept
it. I don't want to get demonetized, but yeah.
I'm massively in favor of Israel. Israel is the best nation in the world. Right, okay. So
give it a click.
So yeah, this is what Callum was referencing earlier, and I just want to say I am totally against this. This is absolutely disgusting. And Mrs. Wojcicki, I totally disagree with everything in this image, and I cannot stress how much I absolutely and also my Conservative Party HQ that might pick this up later down the road. I completely condemn this behaviour by Naz Shah. And,
we all do, except Naz Shah.
Yeah.
She probably shouldn't be allowed to be an MP with this sort of behaviour.
No.
How is she there? You know, that's the thing as well. She's in, this, and then retweeting the grooming gang victims. She shot them out for the sake of diversity. She's the. What do you think she's in charge of in Labour? Community cohesion. Not fucking joking.
Anyone I don't like goes to America. To be fair, that is the most British thing I can think of if you go back to 1700s.
So, by the way, AI, if you get picked up on your channel in the future, just have this picture on hand or say this is an MP.
The reason why it's so easy for her to join the Labour Party is because, they've always been anti-Semitic. Well, it's so literally embedded in socialism.
Labour have basically conceded Hartlepool, by the way. They've said that Labour saying now that Tories have well over 50% of the vote.
Yeah,
Starmer's going to reshuffle his cabinet as a result.
Well, what are they going to reshuffle? Going to get?
Well, they're going to put Naz Shah back in charge of.
I was going to say equality and diversity.
Shadow Chancellor.
Shadow Home Secretary. Shadow Home Secretary.
Diane Abbott in charge of Shadow Treasurer.
You just imagine Starmer sitting there saying, "Damn it, we haven't got enough racists in the Labour Party."
That's why we're failing.
Yeah.
Steady on, Starmer.
The trouble is, then Labour would be doing the whole horseshoe thing. I don't
Full
know.
Nazbol, let's go.
Yes, please.
If people in the Lords can be cabinet ministers, can mayors be cabinet ministers?
I don't think so. I think you have to be elected to.
If some of the few people that actually increased their vote and seem popular are Sadiq Khan, Burnham, and the Newcastle person,
I think you could make them lords and then have them in the cabinet instead. If you want to make a way around it.
Yeah.
Tony Blair and his consequences.
I could see Tony Blair coming back. Just being like, as the Lord and say, just the saviour of the Labour Party, Tony Blair.
Oh, he belongs in the fucking firing squad. I'm sorry.
No, I think he deserves a nice little chin-up ride.
There is circumstantial evidence to suggest that he was bribed in starting the Second Iraq War by Kuwait.
Yes, that's all yet to be investigated. Will never be investigated. Let's be honest. But yeah,
I would like to believe it was just George W. Bush saying, "Hey, come on now."
We've had another result.
We've got another result. So Labour. This is Felgate and Hadworth. So South Tyneside. We got Labour down 19.2%. Independent councillor up 27.6%. Conservatives down 1%, Greens down 8.9%, others up 1.5%. I have to say the Greens are having a really bad time at the moment.
Good.
Well done, those independents.
But don't you know there's a climate crisis?
And we should have all women, just women run everything. Women just do everything.
Women are better. Women are more.
The heart results in as well.
Women are more frugal.
Wait,
women
the
are more.
Hartlepool results in.
No,
Yeah,
Harton.
right.
Oh, Hartley.
Harton.
Right.
Harton.
Harton.
Oh, yeah.
I think okay. Let's cover this one because I missed that one. So again, Harton is in. Oh,
British
that's
Albert,
nice.
it's our boy.
Labour, what is going on? What happened?
It's a house of cards, man.
Oh no!
Come on, man.
Come on, man!
Damn you, KIP voters voting Green. Again, yeah, fucking UKIP voting Green. What the fuck?
Green and independents.
Okay, there's going to be some serious cope on this stream.
I'm trying to look at lefty Twitter tonight. A lot of them are quiet at the moment, but one or two of them saying the country's just lurching to the right. It's just horrible.
We've actually had
lurching to the right.
We've actually had in Cramlington North, the Tories lose 14% and Labour gain 15%. But they can't hold. But
okay,
but it's an odd result.
Yeah, so you've got another one here. Yeah, again, Labour down 6.5%. Conservatives up 11.7%. Greens are up in this one 6.7%. Independents are down 16.9%. Other up 5%.
This is a Tory gain. We've got a Tory gain. Sag Hill and Seaton.
Let's have a look. Okay. Yeah, so Northumberland, Conservatives, 45.5% of the vote, 12% gain. Labour down 3.1%. No UKIP this time. So UKIP vote, along with a portion of the Labour vote, are going straight to the Conservatives.
Another close result.
Paisley is
in. That's close.
I've never seen such a literal two-horse race in politics before.
Lib Dem hold, but Labour completely.
Have you seen Miss Lowe, Liberal Democrats winning here?
I've just seen Owen Jones have a bit of cope here.
Here we go. Come on, give it to me.
Let's go. Let's have a look. I want to see Owen.
So I have to go to my alt account because I am blocked by Owen Jones because I am not a faggot. But word for word, he says Starmer and his team need to take responsibility and stop passing the buck. Labour had a narrower majority in Hartlepool in 2015 than in 2019. Just 3.5 years ago, over 50% in Hartlepool vote Labour, the highest since 2001. If they lose, it's on them.
But not on you, apparently.
Yeah, it's not.
And he's going to follow up saying the denialism is the problem. UKIP's vote was higher in Hartlepool in 2015 than the Brexit Party in 2019. But in 2017, UKIP's collapse boosted Labour and won it over half the vote. Why can't Labour pull the same trick with Brexit voters today?
Because they're not for Brexit.
Yeah. And
more.
He's going to do the same thing with Starmer that he did with Corbyn. So Corbyn got off to, in Owen Jones's mind, a bad start. And Owen Jones was laying into Corbyn, saying he's got to learn the lessons, he's got to listen to the people. And then all of a sudden he changed his tune and Corbyn could do nothing wrong.
I love the absolute irony of like literally his tweet before, which is about his first book on chavs. Exactly 10 years ago since my first book, Chavs, The Demonization of the Working Class, came out, which is beyond surreal. One or two things have happened since then, but I genuinely think it's more relevant than it was when it was
You
first
mean like
published.
when he defended the use of the slur gammon and said it's not racist?
Yeah, exactly. Owen, you are part of the problem now, you moron.
What was funny was a year or two ago, just in the summer, of Owen looking very gammon. As he was flushed in the heat.
I think Owen may be about to get ejected from the party if this trend continues. Because I don't think Starmer's going to put up with the left much longer. The hard left.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, somebody has another person called AI has just pointed out, and nothing to do with you. And Owen responded saying, "I'm a newspaper columnist. Stop living in a fantasy land where I have superpowers to decide elections."
Isn't he part of the Labour Party? Isn't he like an apparatchik?
He's a Labour, he's a Labour activist, a member.
Yeah, he's like one of the top communicators within the Labour Party. He has has MPs chasing him up to have interviews just to boost their profile. I mean, the idea that he is just some rando in the party with little sway is ridiculous.
I mean, he was on the organising committee for Labour Live. You know, that event in Finsbury Park where 12 people showed up.
I remember that cost them so much money for fuck all.
System of a lockdown. I'm just looking at the accounts. Some good names.
Oh dear.
I was worried we weren't going to have any results tonight.
Oh, we have some results, which is good news.
Yeah.
I like how even where Labour holds, they've had a massive drop. And one person was like, "This is good." It's not good. You're going to lose the next one if you're not careful.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens. I know that I don't. Again, England, Wales, Scotland. It's all very different things.
So ultimately, it looks like Labour may lose Sunderland Council.
So which council?
They'll lose control of Sunderland.
Sunderland.
Which is unprecedented.
I want to see Liverpool if they'll still vote for the corrupt party there, which they probably will because they're all dribblers.
Oh, new result apparently. Let's see.
Because there was that someone had to resign over corruption charges in Liverpool. Didn't
it was the guy who runs the city.
Sandhill.
There's the mayor.
Yeah.
So again, Hetton. Labour down 6.7. Independent up 15. Conservative up 14. UKIP down 23.7. So they're still on 11.1% vote. Green up.
I blame Sargon.
So what's the vote that you get your deposit back?
So I think Sandhill has been another tactical voting scenario. Lib Dem gain from Labour. This is weird.
Oh yeah, it looks like a student
organisation.
Like a student organisation to tactically vote.
I can't believe that Sargon would do this to UKIP.
It's called UKIP rape, man.
What happened there?
Yeah, but he still killed off Victoria Derbyshire's show.
Very close result.
That was very good.
It's a good scalp.
Oh yeah, don't worry. I am memeing. Don't worry.
oh god! Look how close this one is. Silksworth, Sunderland. What are you doing?
UKIP, just fuck off. What is wrong with you? I say this as soon as
he's already dead. Jesus already dead.
UKIP's just you talk about corpses of parties. UKIP's just there like he's literally Frankenstein without a leg.
Move on, guys. Move on.
Yeah.
Boomers.
Fucking Sandhill Lib Dems up 46.8%.
Yeah, I did look. Sandhill, yeah.
They must have had a really good local campaign because nationally, the Lib Dems are just
Students.
Well, I was going to say they make Keir look like he stands for something.
To be fair, it does depend on the candidate, because remember, councils. What are councils? They're bins, they're road services, they're council tax, all that sort of stuff. So the trouble is, and Lib Dems do have a habit of having very good local councillors, and I will admit this, they do have a very good habit of putting up very good local councillors, very good local messengers. Having said that, though, that's quite rare at the moment. So it could be a mix of because I'm looking at the UKIP vote. The UKIP vote is drastically down. So it could be that the Lib Dem the candidate was actually relatively okay in theory.
That's the point. In 2015, the Tory strategy was to kill the Lib Dems.
Yeah, basically, and that's what they did in the election.
Those voters returning to the Lib Dems, and then it's
I think
partially
they did
hidden by UKIPers coming back to coming to the Tories.
I think that was a thing. I think in the European election, we had European elections. You had council elections 2019, and you saw that you saw that happen. That's why I said it'd be interesting to see what happens in
the
South East.
post-war results. Labour have already lost 2.
Well, if you look at the results there, it's the Lib Dems have got half their vote, it seems, from the Conservative. No, not the Conservatives, the UKIP, and half from Labour.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw out a theory as to why the Lib Dems are doing a bit better, and that is, since Ed Davey became party leader, they've stopped doing so many awful takes publicly. Like, Jo Swinson was just, every time she opened her mouth, she couldn't explain what a woman was. Yeah. She couldn't explain what a woman was. Ed Davey has just shut up and just
to the point where I have to ask, who the fuck's Ed Davey?
Apparently, Labour Tories have gained a
explain what a woman was either.
Imagine if they went with Layla, I hit my boyfriend in public, Moran. Oof.
Is she the pansexual?
Yes.
I have no idea. All I know is she hits her partners in public.
And thinking back over the history of the Liberals and the Liberal Democrats, they've tended to do better when they shut up and they just sort of coast on a brand that we're neither the Conservatives or Labour. And when the less they speak, the better they do. That's just a theory.
What was Clegg's tactic?
Don't be Cameron or Brown. That was Clegg's tactic.
Yeah.
It was very simple, actually. It was basically let Brown and Campbell, let Brown and Cameron argue, and then just step in and sound like the straight man.
There was one thing Clegg said that I actually quite liked, but he got hammered for it, and he said Liberal Democrats in government would be the heart of a Conservative government and the brains of a Labour one.
Turns out they really weren't either.
No, but it was just a nice little.
You mean
quote.
the other way around, rubber?
The
other way around.
No, it was that he said the heart.
The heart of a Labour government and the brains of a Tory government.
No, he said it. He said the brains of a Labour one.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Right, so we got a Labour game.
That's when Labour was more popular, to be fair.
Yeah, it was Gordon Brown. Time.
Oh, where's that? Oh, right. Well, from the Lib Dem, yeah.
Yeah, we've got a Labour gain from Lib Dem, so pretty much Lib Dem vote goes to Labour. Green is up 0.6%, and Conservatives are up 1.1%.
Where's Ousburn? Just it's
Newcastle.
Central Newcastle, yeah.
Yeah, Ousburn, Newcastle.
That's about right. Yeah. Looks about standard for a central. Oh, I see a yellow and red square in a Twitter handle. That's a Northern Party.
The Dark Prince.
I just want to let you know.
Then bloody rat boys.
Oh, yeah, so Tories don't
guys, you know where this guy's going?
Tories didn't have any seats in Sunderland before. Well, they did. Yeah. They had 2, but they've already gained 1.
Hey guys, do you want to know where all the red and yellow cubed boys go?
Nice. Likey.
Here we go.
Okay, we've got a Conservative gain. We've got a Conservative gain.
Oh no!
Oh, that's right down my street. There's about 10, 15 minutes from me.
That is a oof. That is a big old oof.
That is a big oof.
Get fucked, Labour.
Looks like Labour got quite fucked over by the Greens, to be honest.
I don't think it would have helped that much, to be honest.
Probably not, no.
Yeah.
Might want to show this one AI as a reaction.
Get woke, go broke, lads.
Shame we haven't got Captain Swiss here. That we can get.
Oh yeah, he would have been good.
I think he started his own one about half an hour beforehand.
Yeah, I think he's doing his own stream, to be honest, but we'll see how he gets on.
I really want to see Manchester's results, though.
I think it's creeping. It's coming.
Fucking hell, Callum.
What's the spicy boy done?
What's he done?
Check the chat.
I'm trying. Twitter is so shit on the browser.
Yeah, it's slow at the moment.
Blunder.
Labour publishers plan to rid party of anti-Semitism, and it's just a picture of a Chinook.
PK. That's my meme.
Wait, hang on. Who's going in the Chinooks? The anti-Semites or the
There's been two more Conservative gains. There's been two more Conservative gains.
Oh my god, that's an insane gain. 30. Right hope. What an insane gain that is.
Yeah, but I assume they took it off Lib Dem or something.
No, this
what?
Whoa,
guys. Okay, so this one, Conservative are up 30%, Labour are down 22%, but the UKIP is up 8.1%.
Where are all the memes of the North FCs with like glasses of champagne in top hats outside Greg's? This is quintessential North FC Toryism. Oh, you love to see it. You absolutely love to see it. I might change my avatar to that for a while, actually.
Conservatives have taken
sacked in the morning, getting sacked in the morning.
I've just put that on, so I don't want to see.
Oh, that's new. Yeah, this is
this fucking Red Letter Media meme up there. Look,
that's a new one. It's so good.
Oh no.
Labour should be 20 points ahead in the polls.
Turning point breaks in chat.
Rest in peace.
Sweet Prince.
I mean, this is where does Labour go? Because they've tried an out socialist. Now they've tried a neo-Blairite. Where do they go? They can't go anywhere.
They haven't tried neo-Blairite. They've tried fence sitting.
Yeah, they've done nothing really.
Bolden Colliery, Labour hold.
Now, well, you know, it's got a colliery.
They're down below 50% for the first time.
Yeah.
I like how they're losing. Oh, I just want to know if Taika Patel wins. We need that big.
If I haven't, I spoiled my ballot today. If my constituency suddenly goes Conservative, I'm going to be pissed.
Another one, Baker in Newcastle is a.
Things can only get better.
It's a Labour hold.
This is the future. This is the future, everyone.
Gregory's patisserie.
Big gut energy.
What's interesting is the way the Greens are sort of up and down. They're up in some areas and down. You know, the vote share is up and all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, like here, it's it seems to be that the Conservatives have just they've taken pretty much from both Labour and I guess UKIP and whoever were before in Barnes, but I'll have a look at the map. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, so
Biker Newcastle have just announced Labour hold.
Biker Grove.
Conservatives up 17.2% from last election.
Yeah, I'll just get that. Keep on clicking off, bloody.
Because the memes are too good, man.
Yeah, there's just the memes.
That's the point. If there's no famous street trees in a council for it to be worthwhile for half the parties to go protect said trees, the Greens do better. Because it like you take Sheffield, you've got Western Road, big trees, memorial of World War One. Everyone was going, save the trees, it's terrible, Labour want to chop them down. I've noticed my local leaflets for here, Tories going, save the trees. And I'm going, hang on, if no one's saying save specific trees, does the general tree saving of Greens do better?
Bloody hell, look at the map of the Northeast. Look at the absolute state of the Red Wall in the Northeast.
Do you have a map?
There's a map currently on. You'll have to refresh. It's just been posted.
You know what? It's going blue.
Oh no!
Absolute
Starmer on suicide watch.
Keith Starmer, more like Keith Stammer.
The Discord's been really quiet.
Even have to pull the CPS card.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna check green. I'm gonna check Green and Pleasant. Actually,
getting sacked in the morning. Labour
source is saying that it was always going to be a tough election.
Cope, massive cope. Voter fraud in Newcastle. The Red Wall.
Tories reinforced the election. Is that what they're going to say?
You mean Red Rubble? Very nice, benevolent. Very cool.
The Green and Pleasant subreddit have renamed their banner thing to say Keith is a slur.
You know what, Harry? You know what, Harry? You're an absolute Keith.
I'm a Keith. Oh no.
Is that going to replace Driller?
What's worse, a Keith or a Driller? Yeah.
I think it's Keith now.
It's got to be a Keith.
Yeah.
But one can be a Keith and a Driller, so it's a Driller.
Keith Driller.
Right, okay.
That's going to be my next action hero name.
Portrait seal Starmer picked the wrong day to stop smoking.
The UK is sending two Royal Navy vessels to patrol Jersey as a precaution after 60 French fishing boats are threatening to blockade Jersey's main port again.
Is Joz here still? Yes, he is.
Jersey.
I am
according to Eno, you've won the Scottish election.
Have I won the Scottish election? What?
Where's my rum then?
Do they make rum in Scotland? Scottish rum?
I assume so.
They make rum everywhere, mate.
They make whiskey.
They do. You know what? They do good whiskey, the Scots. I'll give them that.
Gib rum.
They're also,
even though I don't like it.
They're retarded and everything else, but they do all right whiskey.
That's because they drink too much.
True.
Let's keep me updated, guys, with what's going on and coming through the council stuff. But let's just have a quick go through Scotland and Wales again. See what's going on.
You mean a desolate wasteland?
Yeah. We need to cover a wide range of these results coming through. So, Britain First is trending.
What? Don't tell me they've got a councillor.
They're probably saying the Conservatives have copied them or something.
Yeah, something like that.
According to Gently and Benevolent, a Keith definitely is worse than a Driller. That is the name you give when you hate your child. So does that mean that Keith Woods is hated by his own parents?
Of course, Keith Woods is hated by his own parents.
I know this really funny comedian, and he said to me once, "Who holds a newborn baby in their arms and go, 'You shall be called Keith'?"
The only good Keith was Keith Moon.
I knew a guy at university who was my age called Grant, which is a strange one. Like who calls
right?
Why depressing me and showing me a boarded up pub with a rainbow.
Yeah.
Where's that picture again? That's in the north, isn't it?
That's
Liverpool.
Probably Liverpool.
It looks like
I didn't know actually.
The houses.
Yeah, that again. That's been doing the rounds. Of late.
I mean, Labour in an image. That's got to be Liverpool. Come on.
The Britisher.
Oh, the British has done a good one, hasn't he?
The trouble is, this is the point, because the thing there is, like, do you think Blair would have done the knee?
Yes.
Yes.
If it got him any clout, he would have done it. Yeah.
Oh, another game for Tories.
I wasn't around for like Blair era, but Blair now definitely wouldn't.
It may not have come through yet, but
I don't know. I think he would have.
From Johnny Ross saying South Blythe.
Have you seen him talking about wokeism and whatnot?
Whether or not he actually means what he's saying is another thing entirely.
Yeah, but I think
he caught it in the first place. I mean, back in his first term, this is about 1999-2000, he was happily letting Labour councils telling landowners they couldn't fly a Union flag on their property. You know, he in the early days, they got rid of the Royal Tournament. They got rid of, lots of the traditional patriotic things, saying, we're a modern country, we move on. So
yeah, I'm not disputing Blair era because I'm not trying to defend Blair. He's a scumbag, obviously. But like modern Blair, I see him walking around, and it's not that he believes it. I agree that he probably doesn't, but he can see that this whole thing is political, toxic, cancer.
Yeah, no, that's true. I think he's looking at it purely from a political gain point of view.
I would say he's trying to save his own skin. I think he's realised that he's next.
I've noticed that a lot of the 90s, like whether it's 90s Democrats or the sort of Blair era of Labour Party, they are aware. They're more self-aware with, let's just say, wokeism, and that they understand that this really is not resonating. Because, if you actually break down reasons why Labour probably has had such a sort of poor results tonight, how much would you say it is down to this instance like the Black Lives Matter that happened over last year and the various responses, the things like the curfew for men? Actually, like if you add it all up, on a cultural level, I think Labour is just that's probably a bigger cause more than just Blairism itself, because the problem is that Keir Starmer has quite openly supported, then sort of gone back, but then still reaffirmed support for these causes.
I think that's a large part of it. I think, and this is something we can use against the Ben Harrises in the Conservative Party. Next time he says, "Oh, culture wars nonsense," and you go, "No, culture wars won you the 2021 local council elections."
Yeah, but I tell you what, regardless of what happens tonight for the rep, because it's quite clear that it has an effect. And let's be honest, the Conservative Party hasn't really been doing much when it comes to the culture wars in the grand scale that they should have been. And I just want the Ben Harrises of the world and the other sort of weak, feckless Tories who think the culture wars is somehow this dirty, grotty thing that's beneath them. Look at how effect it has. This is the effect that it has, and it's winning. The thing that you're meant to be good at. Wrong, guys.
Yeah, and this actually strengthens the hand of people like us who are trying to push or drag the Conservative Party into a more strident anti-woke party. I think tonight strengthens the hand.
Oh man, he's plays it with the hell match from Red Alert.
Although I would suggest that we stop calling it wokeism, call it what it actually is, cultural Marxism, because they just hide behind that and they just say, "Oh, yeah, wokeism. What is that?" Because woke actually means red pill. That's literally what it means. It's black Twitter for red pill.
Oh yeah.
The thing with that,
I made a video about it.
I'm starting to stop saying capitalism now. Because as Callum pointed out correctly, that's a concoction of the left as a pejorative.
It's literally a Marxist term.
No, it's more. It's not Marxist. It predates them. It's.
I know. Well, it predates, but Marx.
Fourierist.
Yeah.
No, I think it was Saint-Simon. The Saint-Simonians who popularised it. I think, but it's been reclaimed. We've took it over.
I just
lost it.
I feel like just saying property rights is better. Because, I mean, what do they believe in, the socialists? They literally all they believe in when you get down to it is, you don't have property rights, we're going to take them away from you. It's like, right, okay, so what are the capitalists? They're the people who believe in property rights.
Yeah.
Well, see, thing is, it is Marxism. It really is.
Yeah, I mean,
everywhere.
I guess
Everything is Marxist.
The thing though is, I think if you go around and say cultural Marxist, though,
you're gonna get called anti-Semitic if you do that, don't you?
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the loaded term. Now, unless we, and then I mean, I guess the ultimate aim would be to.
I'll just call it communism then, because it is.
But then communism though. If you just use the term communism, you might sound like a midget though. That's the problem.
Yeah, but if I use the word woke, they'll just say, "Oh, you're just a boomer."
I know it's a bit of a mouthful, but I prefer the way Jordan Peterson says it, which is just postmodern neo-Marxism. That one makes you sound like a smart ass.
But is that not also the same as calling it cultural Marxist?
Yes, but it's like but they can't call you anti-Semitic for it, because the reason they call you anti-Semitic is because basically the Nazis used the term cultural Marxism.
That it was the Fourierist socialists who coined the term capitalist. Or was it individualist?
I think they might have coined it, but Marx used it everywhere in his.
I think it definitely predates him.
Writings.
Yeah. You look at the example of Suella Braverman MP, who liked using the term cultural Marxism, and she got hammered. But she brushed it off. But did it damage her reputation within the weak end of the Conservative Party? That it's going to block her promotion, because she's quite pretty based. But inside, Carrie will be going, "Oh, the cultural Marxism freak."
I mean, that's the thing, is it's getting through to a lot of these politicians that if you say it, just because it damages the sort of Fleet Street, Westminster Village, doesn't mean that the people out in, let's say, for example, your Bolden or your Newcastle upon Tyne. It doesn't mean they're going to think any less of you. But for some reason, they're stuck in this perpetual myth that the culture that persists in the Westminster Village is representative of the rest of the country.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think we discussed this on another show, that the government, the Conservative government, is kind of under siege. They're in Westminster. They're surrounded by these kind of left-leaning civil servants and researchers. Then outside, they've got this left-leaning media, and it's actually cocooning them from the voters.
Yeah, it's really. I mean, it's a really, really weak position that they find themselves in, and this is the problem, because it doesn't really matter. I mean, I think that. I think their biggest mistake was they had a chance to get rid of it, but then they got rid of Cummings. And that was the biggest mistake of all, because that's where they sort of, for me, that's where they lost me. Largely because that was to realign the civil service and redefine how British, I guess you say British society, British culture through the political system, how it should operate, and it's basically they've reverted back to the status quo.
Two more results, lads. We've got Con gain in Sunderland. It's St. Peter's, Sunderland.
Right.
You love to see it.
But we also have a Labour gain from Con in Sunderland as well.
Oh, that's nice.
But that's due to a massive Lib Dem surge out of nowhere. Don't know where this Lib Dem surge is coming from. It's really weird.
Yeah. So
it's probably people who are like never vote Tory, but they're like, well, Labour's shit as well, so they vote Lib Dem. Labour's had a gain now.
Think how depressing it must be if you're in one of those minor parties and you try really hard, and then even someone as limp-wristed as the Limp Dems surges ahead of you.
No, but I'm reading in the comments now that some people are saying that they announced it as a Con hold, even though the Lib Dems somehow got all this. It's really weird.
Unless they filled it out. I don't know. They got it wrong or something.
I think if when you think you're one of the minor parties and you're being overtaken by the Lib Dems, so remember UKIP had it had a 20-year ascendancy. It took that long for them to really get traction in British politics.
Look at that one. Look at that meme.
So have you seen what Carlton's posted in the chat with the Labour?
No, let me go have a look because I've my Twitter is not as fast as you guys.
Look at that meme though with the face.
I'm surprised.
So going back to Blair, I think Blair would have probably put a spin on the taking a knee, because there was something I saw a major do from the National Guard in the US, where there was a crowd of BLM and a load of other people, and he basically literally took the high ground, took the knee, and then told the crowd to take the knee, and then he said, right, what happened was terrible, but if you fuck about, riot, and cause damage, we will get you.
So go to the one above that, AI. The image above that. In the chat.
Okay, hang on a sec. Okay. There are times in British political history where a party dies off and is replaced. And I think we're all seeing the end of the Labour Party as we know it. What will replace it, I have no idea.
I have some in the chat, lads.
Just Labour talking to themselves like, we're fucked.
Yeah.
It's actually hilarious.
Yeah. I don't see how Labour can ever bounce back from this, to be honest.
We all thought they couldn't bounce back from Thatcher, but they did.
That full result by thing is wrong. The Tories held it.
What about this as an idea? You know how Francis Fukuyama said this is the end of history, and he was massively wrong. Thomas Sowell wrote the book, The Vision of the Anointed. Is this the beginning of the death of the vision of the anointed?
No, it'll always be
in that the fact that they go, we just keep getting tanked, we keep getting beaten. Maybe it's us, not them.
I think this is more showing that the anointed have absolutely no strategy. Which, if you look at Starmer, I think you can understand why, because he's basically bumbling about, taking knees, not really saying anything committal. Whereas if they had a Blair in charge, as we say, you put a spin on it and things like that.
I think we're in an age where, as you said, the anointed ones in that Sol was referencing, they are leaderless, they are morally bankrupt, and they know that. That's why they have such intense propaganda coming out of all of their, the institutions that they have claimed over. And so what you have is they're losing. But the problem is, on our side, let's say, there is no individual or group or heroic will that can take them on at the moment. And I think partly it's a generational thing. I look to the future. It may happen. I think it will definitely happen in the future. But I just think at this moment in time, there isn't that that great leap. Let's say.
This is no organisation.
This is why I said it could be the beginning of the anointed vision collapsing, because they don't have a leader, and they what happens is that everything that they're doing is just alienating themselves more and more, and this realization that maybe I see one or two of these Labour subreddits going, maybe it's us that's the problem. We've been calling people gammon, and this is how there seems to be like a tiny penny starting to drop with some of them. And then you might see, as I said, the gradual unraveling of the anointed. We know better. We're the elites.
I mean, the thing is, if let's just say if the Conservative Party and the activist side wins and just dominates everything, then in theory you could argue that they would just replace the Labour and the left side as the anointed ones.
So we've had a North Somerset result, AI.
Oh, for God's sake, let's have a look.
Portishead.
Yeah, it's gone to like Green Party or something ridiculous, hasn't it?
No, Portishead independent hold, but Cons almost won it. Cons were gained big. So
oh, really?
Well for you.
Let's have a look. Now that one, I would have thought Labour would have won that because they were meant to be doing quite well. They do quite well in Portishead. So
I'm aware. As someone who lived in Bristol and worked in North Somerset for a little bit.
Yeah, that one does surprise me. I'm surprised about the Conservative game because North Somerset was they've done a lot of rehousing and building sort of building works in North Somerset. You have a lot of people leaving Bristol, moving there. So I thought with this sort of change, there might be a change.
Yeah, because isn't Long Ashton North Somerset?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, by work.
I will say this.
Blakeslaw and Newcastle have announced it's a Labour hold.
That was expected, probably.
Yeah. So we got.
So there's been a correction to the Fulwell result. In Sunderland, actually Cons hold, but lost 3 points, but Lib Dems gained 32.
But answer your point about the division of the anointed and organisation. The thing is, they're very well organised on the left. They have a lot of theoreticians, and they're in constant touch with each other. And the reason why we've been seeing these rumours of let's just say fortification, there's no coincidence that that's happening here because they're in contact with their ideological bedfellows in America and in other countries around the world. Whereas here, and even in America too, and in France and other places, we're all disconnected, not just from other countries, but from ourselves. There's no networks. There's think tanks, but they're all different from each other. There's no coordination. It's not necessarily one person that's needed to bind us all together. It's everybody needs to join together and come up with something, because at the end of all this, they're just going to retreat into their institutions, which they control, and will come up with new theories. That's what they did in the 80s.
But the thing is,
I'm not finished yet.
Sorry.
Thank you. Because what they did in the 80s, when it was clear that the USSR and the communist China had failed, well, intersectionality was this new upcoming thing in the universities, and they jumped on that, and it worked for them for 30 years. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to just draw up a new plan, a new theory, and find somebody to push it, which they will, because there's charismatic people in the left. Just look at ContraPoints.
Yes, but do you think I can see a possibility that the theoreticians, because the theoreticians are being propped up by kind of Labour activists, the rank and file. But if there's a disconnect between the theoreticians and the rank and file, that's where it could unravel.
The only disconnect would be if the rank and file just can't, how do I explain this? Translate the theory into practice, into a coherent message, because it's all gobbledygook if you actually read the books. These people have to actually translate it into plain English, and unfortunately, it looks like they've had a dearth of talent. It seems like in the Labour Party anyway, who can actually spin this into something electable.
Sorry, I'm just kind of shitposting in the chat now, so I'm going to head off because it's 1 a.m.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to have to do that as well. I've worked.
Yeah, likewise. These old weary
Thanks for having me on, guys.
All right, no problem.
Nice to meet you.
See you soon.
See you later, guys.
Bye.
See you guys.
Bye.
Right.
I'm staying because I've got fucking nothing better to do.
I'll stay till 1:30.
Yeah, I'll stay till 1:30.
Yeah.
But I'm just throwing this out as a thought experiment about where a disconnect in the general left-wing Labour movement could occur.
It's going to be a Blairite socialist split. We know that. I think we've always known
that.
Yeah.
That's pretty much where.
And then the Brexiteer side of the Labour Party go to the SDP.
Actually, but you can. If you imagine you're a Labour ground pounder and you've got your leaflets and you're going around and you're just finding on the street that all this stuff about intersectionality and critical race theory and it's just not, and then you go back to your theoretician and go, guys, this sucks. It's just not going down well.
Do you think if Labour collapses and breaks apart and goes to the SDP and such, Do you think the Tories are likely to have a split as well? Because there does seem to be a growing divide.
So, my point, I say this to AI and Rubber, is that when eventually the incoming Tory civil war comes to the surface between this southerner vision of conservatism and the northern vision of conservatism, that's when you're likely to get, if there's a split, to get a split, and it'll be more socially conservative, kind of quasi-conservative economic party in the north, and a socially liberal, economically conservative party in the south.
Yeah. That is the sort of general future that I think we'll see. Coming from Labour, coming from the Conservatives.
I think socialist economics there's not much place for it going forward in Britain. I think we're coming to the end of that.
I don't see the Conservatives splitting. What I think will happen is that something new will start, and it will siphon off a section of the Conservatives.
Yeah, I think the battle now. I think the battle now is going to be between like some kind of Keynesianism and like actual free market economics at this point.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that Boris at the moment is openly practicing Keynesianism, and that the northern. I think there's a portion of the sort of northern. Conservative MPs who are more free market, property rights sort of. Well, I mean, they're the ones that have been sort of going on Delling polls and other sort of podcasts talking about this sort of stuff.
Apparently, there's a seat in Northumberland to come out soon that the leader of the Labour group in Northumberland lost their seat by 1 vote.
Oh, you love to see it. Oh.
I just want to say to Emperor Shaddam, the south, the southeast are pretty socially liberal.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
The south is, if you compare it,
Brighton's there.
I mean, let's have a look.
An insane amount of Conservative Party literature and broadcasting and just inhabits the minds of party apparatchiks is just the fear of Labour, and that you must vote for us.
What happens when Labour goes? They'll just be like, "Well, we're done."
Yeah, the Tories will just go, "What on earth are we standing for? We compromised all our principles to take power and to keep it from Labour. Now the Labour have gone. We've just become."
Well, that's why we need Heritage Party or Reform to, get a foothold. In any region, and any one region will do, because then it will encourage the rest of the regions to vote for them as well.
Well, the thing about the history of conservatism, I'm not saying the party, but conservatism in general, is it's always been about anti-radicalism.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
And and the Conservatives have positioned themselves pretty well, and they've done well in elections by saying, "Hey, we're not radicals,"
But we've been in a Blair legacy status quo for so long that to be conservative is now radical. To be Thatcherite is now radical.
Yeah.
To not every fifth speech mention the phrase social justice is now radical.
Yeah.
I think you're right there.
And that's the thing, because that's what the Conservative Party need to get over themselves. They need to get over the fact that you do not be defined by your enemies.
Yeah, I think that's where the right's gone wrong for since Thatcher, really. Yeah.
Ironically, it's what Theresa May calls the damage when she said we're seen as the nasty party, and so she endorsed the pejoratives from of
but that's what they do. That's what they do. Because the thing there is, in the sort of warped view of, the current structure of the Conservative Party are Conservatives who were politically raised under the Blair era. So when they look at the Blair era, they don't see an era of lies and an era of abolition of Britain and the stuff that we see. They see of great political success by a politician who managed to have it all.
I don't like sometimes
They see
being a bit too might be being a bit too optimistic here when I say this, but I'm saying if we take the incremental approach in politics, where you say, look, you got to move more conservative, you go through each leader, and each leader will become progressively more conservative. If you think about it, since Cameron, we've had that in some form or because Cameron was Blair 2.0. We like he did have some conservative, but when he got in, he was really watered down from what he was when he put his leadership in.
It's
and then we have
so hard to gauge Cameron because he got shackled with a coalition.
I mean, the one thing I will say is the same-sex marriage. I forget how much contention that caused, especially in the more sort of socially right-wing shire part of the West Country amongst the membership. It was a real big deal for a lot. And when he, not only did he, if he had a free vote on it in Parliament, that's one thing. But the fact that he actually got behind it alienated a lot in the party. And this was at a time, because this was like 2013, so and 2014. So you had like the rise of UKIP and everything. And I mean, a good portion of the party just walked because of it.
But Conservative leadership taking the Liberal view against the membership is a well-held tradition. Look at Peel.
Yeah, I think the other thing about Conservatives post-Thatcher, and this was the influence of Blair, what the current Conservatives admire about Blair, he won 3 elections and he had the press lapping out of his hand. And that's what they admire. And I think what has happened is that the Conservatives live in fear of the media. So Cameron, when he was campaigning for leadership of the party, he had that kind of thing, the big society. It was very kind of Victorian thing that we should all become, it's us, the volunteers, not the government. It's, the benevolent benefactors will sort out the problems in society. And the press roasted him for it. And so it was dropped, it was abandoned. And this, I've long maintained that the Conservatives have got to lose fear of the media and just absolutely just stonewall them at times. Do what Alistair Campbell did. If you don't play ball, you don't get invited to press briefings.
Yeah.
How long did it take the Liberals to slip into non-entity status?
From about 1913 to 1986.
Yeah, because you had the situation of after, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was either before the war or after the war, you had 2 Liberal parties. You had the National Liberals, and then you had the Liberals, and what you had is you had sort of Stanley Baldwin, where you had sort of the one nation sort of pound shop Tory Conservative alliance leading up until I think it was like the 1920 odd election, and what you saw was that the Liberal vote just collapsed, and then the Conservative and Labour went up, but the Conservatives pretty much picked up those Liberal seats, and then because this is the thing, because Liberal Party then were just sort of this fringe party that would hold like your Shetlands and the odd sort of seat here and there, and it wasn't until an MP that was became the leader of the Liberal parties, which was Jeremy Thorpe in North Devon, who managed to do very well in it was both the 74 elections, but if people who would, some of the more older viewers will know of Jeremy Thorpe and what happened to him.
Didn't he get kind of politically assassinated?
Yeah, so basically, for people who don't know, he was a homosexual at the time, which was something that could not tolerated.
Well, he was married and gay. That made it kind of doubly.
He was married, but what made it even worse was the person that he was having a relationship with, a gay relationship, was technically classed as like a vulnerable adult. He had a lot of mental health problems and stuff like that, and also he was like a stable boy. And what happened was he was constantly harassed. But from Thorpe's point of view, he was harassing him over. I think it was like an ID or something along those lines, something really mundane. And so Thorpe, because Thorpe believed that he was going to start blackmailing him, because there was a serious chance that Thorpe could become deputy prime minister in the coalition at some point in the future. So he hired this hitman to take out his ex-gay lover. Right,
and a dog got shot instead.
Yeah, because the hitman. First of all, the hitman was meant to go to Bideford, but then he ended up going to Bedford, so either end of the country. So he wasn't a very competent hitman. And then when he got to Porlock, he found Jamie Thorpe's ex-lover, which he then took him up onto I think it was Exmoor, and then he was going to shoot him, but he shot the dog. And then someone came along, the car came along and saw what happened, and the hitman ran off, and everything else, and then it just sort of blew up from there, and it became a bit of it was a proper full-on court case, and Thorpe was heavily implicated, and he was forced to resign because it was such an embarrassing but also such a damaging incident. Like I mean, people talk about like Boris and like the wallpaper. I mean, that pales in comparison to what happened with the Liberals in the 70s.
When the Liberals have a scandal, they go big. I mean,
they go really big.
Do you think part of the reason why the wallpaper isn't that big a scandal is because it's like, well, at least we're not paying for it?
Yeah.
I mean, the people who be paying for it are Tory members like myself, presumably like Owain and Rubber. It's not.
New result: Newsham, Northumberland, Tory gain.
Let's have a look.
Up 25%.
Nice. Good for them.
It's the swing that's most impressive all across the board.
I would have loved to have been sat in a uni bar right now. Because the last election was so nice, just seeing so many literally inverted smiles.
I'd like to. I mean, this sounds like somebody's vision of hell, but it's where I want to be right now. If there was some kind of meeting where Yasmin Alabai Brown, Jess Phillips, is it Gopal, the Cambridge academic, who, the woman who's this Cambridge academic who just tweets all this anti-white stuff, and just all those people that and Owen Jones, and just be in the room with them, and just see watching their reactions. I think that'd be. And just say, Yasmin, shall I book that plane ticket for you now?
Every game there's going to be, we're going having North FC Greg's. It's going to go on there.
North.
They're going to think you're a bot.
They may do. Oh, but you have to admit though.
Oh, I love Owine's meme. The first time hangman scene, but with Corbyn and stuff.
Oh.
I'm doing that thing where I've got about 5 different windows up.
Look at Comrade Panda Payne.
It's fun. Let's look at some of the quote tweets. And it don't stop, says Catholic Bruce.
You stole that one.
Another meme.
Tonight's a good night for a laughs in British meme.
I'm going to try and stay up as long as... I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to try and stay up as long as possible.
I'll squeeze it a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think I'll get off when you do, roughly, because I've got work tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
I just
Still got another three tons of soil to shift, and
this is the 1 by 1. This is the 1 by 1
cricket
vote.
net session as
So con game by 1 vote. Hartley. 1 vote margin. Insane.
Wait, they gained Hartlepool by 1 vote.
No, Hartley, Northumberland, and it was by 0.1%.
Oh, Wine, you seem to have mastered the commanding whisper.
It's late.
It's late and he's extremely tired.
I was noticing it earlier on in the night that a few times we'd start shouting over each other, then O'Wine would just be speaking very soft and quietly, and it would just go quiet as we'd listen to it.
You see, the O'Wine needs to learn the master of sort of high Tory etiquette of taking some uppers before every stream.
No, my parents are in bed, so I've had to master this for over many, many years. Because I've lived when I live with them and they stay up late and all that jazz.
Okay.
It can be quite difficult. But yeah,
I'm literally on so much shit right now. I'm probably close to George Floyd levels at this moment in time.
Don't say things like that.
I'm joking.
In Minecraft. And it's just Pro Plus and Coke, ladies and gentlemen.
Have you seen the clip of the Chancellor saying he's a Coke addict to 2 school kids?
Cramlington East Northumbria, indie game from Labour.
Yeah,
we can live with that. We can live with that, can't we?
Yeah. Good.
Yeah, the Conservatives lost massively, but yes.
Yeah.
I don't mind. This is the thing. Like,
I mean, we won so many.
If I see independent or Reclaim Party games, I won't be happy. Just to point clarity, because I was joking there. I had a tooth extraction yesterday, and I'm on a shit ton of painkillers, so that's why.
I'm on a different type of painkiller at the moment. Called alcohol.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't.
Wonders for toothache.
Yeah.
Got the joys of what appears to be.
Harry, when don't you drink?
The thing is, I would have said yesterday, but I was drunk at fucking 3:30 yesterday, so I can't. Hey, good reason though. I finished work.
I've got a different kind of medication because, I'm straining all my muscles, shifting tons and tons of soil. That I've stuck deep heat patches all over my body. So I've got about 6 of them on me at the moment.
Whoa!
Okay, we're not showing that.
Have you seen Hartley in Northumberland? There's a 0.1% difference in the cons gained.
I believe you haven't listened to me.
Jesus.
Every vote counts.
Literally, yeah. Well, that's why I got annoyed at Mitch, because he's like, I didn't vote. It's like, you should. Like, really. Especially when there's been such a change.
Next time.
Yeah.
Because you know what it's like with Labour and the left in general. If they win by 1 vote, they call that a resounding endorsement of, but you only won by 1 vote. So that's why it's important to, this election for me is kill Labour. That's what it's about. It's not about endorsing Tory policies. This is about just nailing, sort of digging the grave for Labour.
So, when Labour dies, do you think it's more likely that we'll learn the wrong lessons, or the Tories will be confident to actually be Tories?
No.
We'll always learn the wrong lessons.
I don't think the Tories will learn the Tories
get out of the vote.
But it's right. It's just killing off Labour is not the be all and end all. There's so much other stuff that has to happen.
Yes.
Right.
Doing Labour.
Apparently, the leader of the Labour group in Northumberland has lost a seat of Hartley by a single vote to the Tories. 1 single vote. So this is what I mean. Why would you not vote? We'll never beat Andy Burnham. You don't fucking know that. Come on. I know Mitch is
this leader. She's lost this seat to the Conservatives.
Look at that. I mean, that is the perfect meme you've put there, AI.
I did notice, though, that in the leaflets up here, there was no mention from from the Tories of the mayor, whereas the Labour, every single leaflet was.
Isn't it in the UK,
council...
if you get the same amount of votes, it's genuinely a flipped coin? That decides it.
No, I think that's the US.
No,
I think we do
just
base it on the count.
But if they have the same, I thought it goes to flip coin.
It does, yeah. If you flip a coin, that happened. Like some Lib Dem just won it because the Conservative didn't. It was like I think it was in Cornwall somewhere. Really, I mean, trouble is when that happens, that's a bit like.
Bless you.
I don't.
Okay. There seems to be a natural lull in what's going on. So this is Betty Bowes. And
are you going to bed?
Good night.
Yeah.
I mean, Betty Bowes.
Go to bed. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't speak this Tory language.
Yeah. Apologies for earlier. I mean,
no worries.
Okay. But the thing is that I'm so combative with the left, I forget to dial it down on the right.
Oh, don't worry about it. Mitch is a massive autismo, so
I like Mitch.
I
like Mitch. I like Mitch. I'm still cool with him. It's just this one point that I think we disagree on.
Yeah,
but I can be quite a visceral person. It's my theatrical side.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Because we all have fights with Mitch, and none of it's personal because they literally you do it one, and then another stream you're like, nothing happened. It's one of those things, you know. You just have that.
No, I mean it's been absolutely fascinating, and I think, you know, I just for the listeners, just say, you know, putting Labour down, you know, almost burying them, is not the be all and end all. There's so much more that needs to be done, and we can't rest, and we can't just sit on our backsides moaning. We got so much work to do. Either that's by building up heritage or Reclaim or whoever, or pushing the Conservative Party where we want. You know, got to keep.
We have a project in the works that will be announced in due course.
Yes, this will be announced in due course. And we, yes, as I said, will be announced in due course. And I think tonight has just confirmed that there is an appetite in this country for our line of thought.
Yeah,
absolutely, yeah.
Indeed. Which is why I will keep doing YouTube, despite YouTube absolutely hating our guts.
Okay, we got another result.
Okay, this will be my last one, I promise.
Right, so you got Den and
just one more result.
Come on, Robert. I don't. Go on.
So we got a Lib Dem hold. Nothing much really to see apart from a small percentage gain. A bit of Labour's got a bit of a gain. Conservatives got a gain. UKIP gone. They're not standing here, so yeah, it's just nothing much to see.
So that's
the North East seems quite good at counting ballots.
They pride themselves on it.
Anyway, guys, I think we can count this as let's drink the salt tears tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Well, we said Wales and England's
remember,
won.
Get your leftist tears mug here at the Daily Wire.
Yeah.
I think England has been won. Wales, Scotland, and London, though.
We'll wait and see what happens with Wales and Scotland. I have a theory with Scotland and Wales that I think that might be there may be a few more salt from the left yet to come.
Possibly. All right, good night, Robert.
Good night, Robert.
Yeah, see you later. See you later, Dad.
Until next time, guys.
Good night, Robert.
All right, I'll stay up till 2 now, and then I'm going to disappear.
No,
I'll stay up till I finish my whiskey.
I feel like what's his face at the end of 1917.
We got another Conservative gain here. Cramlington, southeast.
Oh, that's quite near my way as well.
How feasible is it, do you think, to be inside the Tories and trying to push from the inside while supporting the heritage?
difficult.
In the shadows.
It'd be quite difficult. It'd be quite difficult, but you
like
could.
I said, there's a certain project coming up down the line.
Yeah. But that's secret. We won't talk about that. Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
Okay.
Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
Shut up.
Right, we got another. We got a game. We got a game. Yes, Cramlington, South East of Sunderland. Conservatives up 61%.
Fucking hell.
Of the vote. Labour down 4.8%. No Lib Dems, no UKIP. Presumably the Lib Dems didn't stand because they wanted to be able to support Labour in this, and then yeah.
Do you think Corbyn's are mildly smug? Just going, see, it wasn't all my fault.
Well, the thing is, like, these are seats that Corbyn managed to sort of hold on to and win in 2017, and now Keir Starmer's losing them, so the left are like, out for yeah.
Oh, James O'Brien's going to have fun tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
When doesn't he have fun, let's be fair?
That's true.
It'd be interesting to see how a small puny mind can comprehend these results.
Mitch is going from my Twitter feed. Who got another one?
What a nerd.
Kingston and Nuneaton and Bedworth.
Let's have a look. Conservative gain. Oh, goodness me.
Plus up 33% from last election.
Oh. I think this is a more testament, because the thing, it's not even that the Conservatives have done anything, because we know they haven't done anything amazing. It's just the fact that the Labour Party have become so insane. It's just they've become so mad with what do we agree? Not wokeism, cultural Marxism, that they've gone so radically to the left that anybody to the right of them now is naturally within the Conservative camp or Reform camp or Reclaim or what have you.
So this is Midlands now, lads, and this is not the North. This is the This
is the Midlands.
So this is quite unique.
Well, we could have done with Jaws here, but yeah.
If we run the numbers, does this mean the locals have been more successful?
Jaws what?
I just realised Jaws is gone.
He went with Callum.
Did he? Oh fuck! He's been gone ages then.
So you know how you were saying CCHQ give you plenty of free rein in the locals?
Yeah, that's right.
It's looking like the locals, the Tories, are probably more successful than we were at the general in 2019.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I've noticed with
CC that the Roots have better support amongst the public than the higher ups at CCHQ.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. One thing I've noticed with CCHQ is, and this is one thing that has been the controversy with Boris when he first became leader of the party, was that he was trying to basically micromanage everything that was going on, like in Wales and Scotland and regional parts in England. And he's now heavily decentralised it. So in Scotland, it's all the Scottish Conservatives are running the show in the party up there. And in Wales, the same thing.
Nuneaton's between Birmingham and Leicester.
Yeah, Nuneaton's between Birmingham and Leicester. And so, what you have is, when it comes to councillors, it is so decentralised that the person that you effectively answer to is like the Conservative group leader on that council, whether it's the council leader. In the association. So, like, when I do my campaign, I'm not going to have somebody from central office phone me up and say, listen, we want you to do this or that. That's not how it works. I can do what I want. I can say really what I want within the local, how the local party. When I say I can say I do what I want, obviously not within something too ridiculous, but effectively, you can. You can. That's why you do have a lot of councillors that get caught up in controversies and say silly things. So it's that's how it sort of tends to work. But I'll just do an update to see if there's any more.
I'm keeping an eye on it. Sadly, we haven't got a Labour Reddit correspondent anymore.
Well, I mean, I've been looking at Green and Pleasant, but they're not really saying anything.
Let's see what Ashtar is saying.
Ash can go to the Labour Reddit as well, but Green and Pleasant, I'm surprised, just aren't saying anything. Karl Marx on revolutionary class. No. Apparently, Nicola Sturgeon found some fascist scum in the street. I'm a bit confused about this.
Yeah,
it's what's she called, woman? Is it Britain First woman?
Probably.
Or was it AI?
Yeah.
I mean, she's the leader of the social. Anyway, I won't say
it. Yeah, it's a bit hypocritical.
Let's just say the SNP are nationalists and quite socialist. So you can change the middle name.
I think I get what you're saying. Think.
Yes, I don't want to add too many red flags to this.
Oh no.
Oh look, more red and yellow flags. So where does the yellow flag come from?
I don't.
I know. I can tell you where the red flag comes from.
No, anyone can.
What?
Well, I once attended a Marxist student event at uni, just out of interest, and there were a few people. There was myself and a few other people just sort of niggling them about what about this, what about that, what about this, and we basically got the conversation to more or less go gulags were bad, and that it wasn't proper socialism, and Stalinism and Leninism used Marx to justify their evils, but they were betraying the proletariat when they did so. And then someone said, "So if Corbyn," and then there's a pause, and then someone goes, "So if we do have our revolution and Corbyn wins, we're going to have to imprison all the police, the army, the business owners, and nobody from the actual socialist group criticised him." And I think everyone who was trying to wind the socialists up were just in shock, going, "We've just unanimously agreed gulags are bad, and you're proposing gulags. What is this?"
So, some news coming from Sky here. It's a rumour, so I assume take a bit of pitch salt, but 2 shadow cabinet members are thinking about resigning over the election results.
Yeah.
Pretty fucking based. Which ones?
You can't fire me, I quit.
I don't know.
Pretty fucking useless.
Pretty fucking useless. Pretty fucking useless. No.
I think there's going to be an effort to reinstall a Corbynite.
Yeah.
Now, going forward.
Imagine my shock.
They're going to try a female leader, aren't they?
Right. Labour had... Forget about this. Labour did have another leadership election under Corbyn, because Corbyn got vote confidence. And it was him versus Owen Smith.
Mm.
And Corbyn won that handily, but Owen Smith played his cards, I think, too early, because he would have probably been a decent leader now for them.
Yes.
Especially him being in the pharmaceutical industry.
Yeah.
You know,
you could talk about like the vaccine and everything, weaponize
that's
it.
Fun. I remember Owen Jones criticising him, talking about how Owen Smith used to be like a manager in Pfizer.
Yes, Owen Smith would have been. They were probably kicking themselves right now, because Owen Smith would probably have been a very apt leader for them at this current moment.
Oh, blimey, this is boring as hell. Can't they campfire?
Yeah, I mean, I always said I'm pretty sure trying to go to 5 a.m. will be pretty hard for you.
Yeah. I was hoping they could do like the fucking.
I just want to know what my constituency's fucking results are going to be.
Same.
Yeah. Well, at least I know in Somerset that at least people in North Somerset aren't cucking as much as I thought they were going to.
Germany. What's this Germany crumbling mean?
Have you seen Joshua Patchnet is advocating for the reformation of the Angevin Empire?
Alright then, lads. Alright, it's time for me to bow out now.
Yeah.
Fucking nerd. Oh no.
Good night, Owain.
Good night, lads.
Good night.
Have a good one. Good luck as well staying awake. I don't think there's any new results now before I go. No.
As soon as you go, we're going to have some Welsh results coming in.
No, not till Saturday morning.
Yeah, not till I know it's not going to be till like Saturday, but not to worry.
Alright. See you, boys.
Yeah.
See you later.
As you've got that image of Blair up, I once got a cracking book that was very critical of Blair post resigning of Prime Minister.
Yeah.
And of all places, I got it from Poundland. And it is a chunky hardback book in pristine condition that just rips into Blair, talking about how he's getting dodgy money from all sorts of places.
Right, there's a new release, Washington South, Sunderland, Conservative.
Right, let me just bring the screen up.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a hold. They didn't say if it was a hold or not. Didn't say if it was hold or if it's a game. I think it's a game. Yeah, it's a game.
Yeah, it's a game.
Oh, it's close though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 0.5%.
Oh, the Greens are really eating into Labour.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, God. That is literally a God.
With the Greens eating into Labour like this, do you think they're going to go full eco?
Fingers crossed.
Because they have been trying to be an inverted watermelon for a while.
Mm.
Oh, I think my thing's been deleted.
See that video you just posted, Mitch? Oh, he's gone now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking, he disappeared quietly.
Stay out of teenage tip for Welsh. Stay out of teenagers' DMs.
Stay out of teenagers' DMs.
Yeah. Based. Oh God, I've got all
Stay out of teenagers' DMs.
I love how for every Conservative gain, you're just posting the northern Greg's meme.
Yeah. That's my civic duty right there.
I mean, if the country went back to looking like that, I would be happy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be against it, you know. I went to a Greg's today on the way back from Plymouth.
Based and jib-pilled.
I was going to have a Greg's at the end of campaigning on the weekend, but the person who was with me was like, I've never been to a Subway, so I went, fine, let's go to Subway then.
Yeah. Oh. The thing though is, like, because literally I've over lockdown, I've gained a bit of weight. I have now an England shirt. I'm going bald. And now I've got one of those caps, so I'm going real South FC at the moment.
Have you got a flat cap?
Yeah.
I've got a flat cap, but I noticed I was gaining weight and decided to dabble in a bit of keto.
Yeah, there's somebody that keeps on replying. I imagine there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be like, "Ah, fuck you, scumbag."
What's the bet that someone in Navarra Media is going to mention that? Oh, there were all these bots with Greg memes.
Oh no!
Actually, Navarra Media.
Oh my god!
Yeah, the funny thing is, people who don't know how we've me and Rubber sort of first came into proper like contact over social media was over like us tag teaming Ash. Okay, no, that sounds wrong actually.
We were tag teaming Ash Sarkar.
Based in Colonial Pilled.
Oh no!
Oh god, I've ruined the stream already. Yeah, no, we basically was like we were sort of it was some ridiculous comments she made and we responding and everything, and just pointing it out, and then she accused us of being. She then got into like a sort of tweeting one, accused us of being the Nazis, and then they did like an article about how like oppressed she was because like internet Nazis had been harassing her.
And you were like, "Where are these internet Nazis? Us?"
Yeah, we're the internet Nazis.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. Oh, fucking hell. It's all right for you tossers living in America and Australia. You're not tired like us.
What do you mean I'm not tired? I'm not tired at all.
Brits.
Yeah, the uppers are slowly coming down at the moment, guys.
Alright, okay. I'm tempted to knock it off as I work tomorrow.
Yeah, oh god, yeah, if you got work.
No, it's fine, it's a short day, it's a Friday.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
But yeah, I don't get how the business I work for.
I look at the Economist.
As much money as it does.
This is how the Economist, a Labour Party paper, views.
I think the Economist. To be fair, the Economist is weird. I don't think you could call it a Labour. I think you could call it.
It's Labour. It's Labour through.
It's not quite
it's a Keynesian paper.
I don't even think I'll go that far, but it's weird, as I say.
Yes. It will certainly have Keir Starmer contribute.
Yeah.
So apparently the Tories have got. Actually, this is old news. Old news. So why they got old news on here?
Democracy, the god of failed.
All right, settle fucking down, Jesus.
It's just in that particular video, the way Hopper says democracy, he says it in a really like cheery, childlike way. It's very funny. Democracy.
That is because he's the German.
Anthony, do you want to hear some? Let's listen to some Labour Party quote.
I mean, it will be quite a generous recovery, won't it, if Labour can't keep hold of this seat? Will the blame lay firmly at the feet of Keir Starmer?
No, not in the slightest. Let's not prejudge it for one. But what Keir's going to be very clear about, what we're clear about as a Labour Party, is that this is going to be a no excuses election for us. Because you could say, well, on the one hand, COVID, and on the other hand, the vaccination programme, and then again on, Hartlepool's got very different local politics. We're going to take our successes as we get them with humility. And then we're going to own where we fall short, because we are in a long-term project of re-engaging with people. The best thing about this campaign over the last few weeks is that people are listening to us again in a way that we felt we weren't connecting with them in 2019. Now we're going to find out whether they like what they've heard or whether actually they feel that we need to go further to prove ourselves to them. But either way, we'll be doing that with humility, engaging with people and rebuilding on what is, obviously a very difficult path forward.
Got you.
Right. Yeah, so this is the source that I've been.
To be fair, that was a reasonable response from Labour to this result.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Now Console is saying tune into Captain Swiss stream. Should I do some stream sniping?
I literally don't see why you wouldn't do that. I don't. Well,
is it a lot of copium?
I don't. Captain Swiss isn't that bad.
Yeah, Captain Swiss is.
Look at the latest map. Look at the latest Northeast map release by Britain Elects.
Hold on a sec. Let's do.
Although Swiss lets his opinions be known, he is quite good at being balanced. He is roughly what a BBC person should be if they were also overt about their own opinions.
Duck me.
Right, let's check on Captain Swiss.
Come on, let's stream snipe. I didn't join this stream to be not a retard.
So which end of Mank are you based in? Just give me a
how well, I think you can tell from my accent south.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I mean,
East or west of the airport.
Right. I'm just going into Captain Swiss as well, you guys.
You know, managed to quite well then.
Guys, turn it down.
Sorry.
You've got the whole championship. You've got the whole bloody chat talking about fucking nuclear power now. I hope you're pleased with yourself. I was gonna read some drag us back on the bloody.
We were gonna do a fucking video on this, weren't we? Because you were like, because okay, right. Let me.
You've got bloody.
That's fine. I'm in the bullet chat. I can join this if I want.
I hope you're pleased with yourself.
Dude. Here's the thing, right? You cannot. There is no way that we can have 100% global warming. It's
100% global warming. That doesn't even make sense.
I think you meant renewables.
But if we can bridge the gap with nuclear,
we've had a new release.
All right, let's stop watching these Muppets. What is it?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's Barpool from Nuneaton and Bedworth. Con gain from Labour 55.8% for Conservatives overall, and that's a 26.3% swing. Labour have lost 13.8%.
Let's have a.
It has been a chef's kiss all night. Like, you love to see it.
Goodness me!
Absolutely love to see it.
I said, just noticed Harrian's new icon.
Yeah. I'd edit my helmet over it, but my PC's tisming up again, so I can't really do much about that. But well, shit happens.
As I said, the suburbs, it is going predominantly to the Conservatives. Labour are really getting a bloody nose in the suburbs. But having said that, though,
God bless the Queen. Yeah.
In the city centre, though, that's where it seems to be Lib Dems doing quite well in certain city centres, like university sort of towns, city centres, around university areas. So I don't know where Labour were going to. I mean, I don't know where Labour are actually going to do well. They're holding on in a few bits, but it's like.
I honestly think that that's because, like, it's like Gen Z and millennials are not particularly fussed on economics. They're much more they're much more focused on progressive social issues.
Yeah, they're retards. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're not really that fussed on economics. So, they will vote for the Lib Dems because the Lib Dems are socially progressive, but they're kind of Blairite on economics, so it's fine, but they don't really care.
Mm.
Like obviously there's a small contingent which are like, like out and out Marxists and devoutly so, but most are just progressives.
Yeah.
Beacon and Bent South Tyneside result has just come in. Green take from Labour.
Oh.
34.2% swing to them with both Labour and Conservatives lost out.
Yeah.
With independents and Greens gaining.
Obviously, it's a very bourgeois area.
Beacon and Bent, I'm not sure. I would struggle to call anything in South Tyneside posh.
Well, unless it's been gentrified, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, you're from there.
What do you think caused that very sudden just drop off in the last week of the Labour vote, according to the odds for Hartlepool?
I think it was always like that. I just think opinion pollings are not accurate at this point because pollsters have their own political bias when they do their polling. You always see it, like they'll always narrow. There's always a narrowing of the vote than it actually is.
This is the complete opposite. They were close, going in roughly parallel. Then all of a sudden they diverge hugely, and
yeah, I mean, but that's what I think's happened. I think when they say it divulged, I think that's how it was originally, to be honest, or roughly the same. Because I don't think people have really changed their minds since 2019. Well, it appears they haven't.
But Hartlepool was Labour in 2019, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, you had Richard Tice for the Brexit Party was standing in Hartlepool, and he got like 10,000. Conservatives got 11,000, and then the Labour got like 20-odd thousand. So you see there was like a
them together, yes.
Yeah.
With Brexit over and done with, it was quite easy to mop up the Brexit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mm.
So you got Conservative gain. I think we covered this one.
Did you hear the stat? Someone was saying that the estimate for the number of new jobs created at the Hartlepool free zone is greater than the population of Hartlepool.
Arbury, Nuneaton, and Bedworth Conservative hold with a 24% swing, making it 67.4% overall.
Yeah. I've been like, fucking hell. I think Starmer's going to be gone by tomorrow, to be honest.
It's possible. I'm not.
I don't know.
I'm not as optimistic as that.
I just don't know how you could come back from stuff like this, though. I just don't know.
Corbyn set the precedent of
I don't know
election defeat from Labour and the leader staying on.
Yeah, I mean,
it would be one thing if he was the heir to Miliband, who, as soon as he failed the election, was like, "Right, I'm resigning," and so did everyone else. Because that was a fun day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's how can you put it? It's odd, I guess.
Oh my god! Someone actually posted it in reply to the latest release. I'll post it in the chat.
I'm just fearful that we might have a political version of the Boer War after the Zulus have now been defeated.
Yeah.
Once the outside threat is gone, there's no reason for the broad tent Tory party to stay united.
Yeah, that's what.
And
that's what I'm thinking as well.
Sentiment-wise, there is a growing, for a long time, schism between membership and parliamentary party. And as you were saying, there's a cultural difference between former Northern Wall and Southern.
Yeah, I do think that this the knock-on from this level of conservative dominance. I mean, I've yet to see the results from like the South, the home counties, the Southeast. I think if the Conservative vote does they struggle in the Southeast, I still think the Southeast is going to struggle. I do think the Conservatives are going to struggle in the Southeast, but I mean, we shall see.
Britain elects Hartlepool parliamentary by-election turnout reported by Sky News to be over 50%. Ridiculously impressive for a by-election.
Nice.
Apparently in the general election 2019 it was only 57.9. So we're effectively getting general election levels of turnout for a by-election.
When was the last time a government has won a seat flipped a seat in a by-election?
Oh, that was 2017, and that was when the Conservatives took Copeland from Labour.
Oh yeah, that was it. We lost the Welsh one and we gained Copeland, wasn't it?
That's right.
There were two close succession. When was the last before that?
I think it was the 1920s or 30s.
It's gonna only get better.
Oh
dear, where are you up to? Bloody hell, it's nearly 1:30 in the morning.
Half
2. I was pretty close.
Yeah.
Oh, this entire stream has just been coon-worthy.
Well, this the thing is, a year or two ago, I probably would have been like, fucking hell, it's the death of the Labour Party, way. But I was just like, yeah, I kind of expected this.
Yeah.
It's like,
what's going on? I don't know.
I from 2019, really.
Yeah, I just think I've been red-pilled on the Tory Party not being, they're not being as based as I want them to be. So them winning doesn't really mean a lot.
I don't think we're going to get the Hartlepool results tonight, to be honest.
And don't underestimate the amount of Tory swing in the locals being because they were promising lots of money and funding with the town's funds and other such schemes.
So shall we call it a night now, lads?
If you want. I thought you were on till 5 a.m.
Yeah, well, I was hoping the Hartlepool stuff would come out and that would give us extra stuff to talk about, but I'm struggling to stay awake at this point.
No, I don't blame you, man. As you know, I did a 24-hour stream. Don't go for longer than you need to. It's just not worth it. Yeah, I don't think there's much more information coming out tonight. I mean, if we were going to sum up tonight, it was Labour were going to get an arse fucking, Lib Dem surge, Tories doing about as well as expected.
Yeah. UKIP is still
somehow hanging in there.
I mean, I was going to say, yeah, UKIP are doing pretty well considering they're on life support and, people are trying to put the pillow over their face. But aside from that, yeah, not bad.
I mean, if they survive this and we have a UKIP Heritage Party merger, and you basically have David Curtin rejoining UKIP, but he's in charge. And he gives them a bit of sense of direction that they've lost, and a rebranding. Things could get interesting because we need that rightwards pull. We've had that Brexit pull to get us out of Europe. We need something for the Tories to go, hang on, if we go too far left, we're going to abandon part of our tent to the other guy.
Yeah. Sorry, there's been some YouTube drama. Jake Paul and Floyd Mayweather got in a fight. What is going on? Jake Paul literally took his cap, and Floyd Mayweather was more pissed off than when you take Tim Pool's beanie. Jeez, it's actually a brawl. What the fuck? It's not like, there's blood flying everywhere, but it's more violent than I expected to be in from the press.
So I'm gonna end this.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
So I'm just going to say thank you everyone for coming on. Thank you, Callum from Lotus Eaters. Thank you, the guys that are usually on here, like Mitch and Rubber.
You're welcome. You are welcome.
Harrion and thank you, Karen, for coming on. New member.
Sorry for the noise at the start.
That's all right. And British Knight, thank you for coming on. Who else?
That's great. It was a pleasure.
Young and youngest don't have the stamina. We haven't got stamina today.
No, little baby needs a bed. I say at about your age, give or take.
Yeah, I do need the bed. What I was going to say on one final thing, and Owen as well. Thank you for coming. This is my predictions for the next coming sort of day and approach to Saturday. I think the Conservatives are going to do well in Wales. I think Labour are going to have really bad, have real trouble in Wales. I
personally want to wait to see the results.
I think that there's going to be I think there's going to be a bit of an upset in Wales. I think in Scotland, this is my personal opinion from what I've seen so far. I think that Nicola's, because the turnout is apparently is up in Scotland. This could mean two things. It could either mean that all the Scots are midwits and they're going to go vote for Sturgeon, or they are out in force because they don't want to vote for Sturgeon. And the thing is, from my experience, like politically, people don't turn out to vote for the status quo.
I tend to agree with that.
So I
mean, this is the thing with Corbyn. He was definitely not status quo. He was just an old retard that the left quite like to follow.
The trouble is, he sort of was status quo because he ended up just repeating status quo messaging.
On culture, yes. On economics, nah.
Yeah, but I mean, the name of the game today is culture. I mean, who cares about economics?
Yeah. Oh yeah, if Corbyn's still in charge, they'd probably do worse than Keith did. So yeah.
So I mean, that's my final predictions. I could be totally wrong. It could be completely opposite, but I think there's going to be a few upsets more to come. Away from like English councils and the Hartlepool, and so that's my prediction for the rest of the deal, sort of now to Saturday. But anyway, thank you guys for coming on, and I will see you all later. Thank you guys in the chat as well. See you all later.
#rock